by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Hey, it's Dusty.
And Bob.
On Thursday, August 7th, we are hosting Travis Kelce Appreciation Day right here on Fescoe and Dusty.
We're going to celebrate number 87 all morning long as we get ready to watch him enter his 13th season in KC.
We will look back on some of the best plays of his career.
And listen to some of them, too.
Pump faking right side. He wants it. A comeback cut. It is caught by Kelce.
It's Travis Kelce Appreciation Day. All things 87. Thursday, August 7th on Fescoe and Dusty.
On your home for Chiefs football, 96.5
Starting
The
at
Fan.
2 on 96.5 The Fan, KFN, CFM, and AM, HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, an Odyssey Sports Station.
Come on now, Bob. Come on now.
Sorry, Dusty. I figured I'd start you off with a little ha-ha funny when you got back from vacation.
Do I amuse you? Am I a clown?
You are. You are a
pretty
clown.
much, yeah.
You do amuse me. You do. Absolutely. I missed you last week. It's good to have you back.
Yeah, how'd you hold it down?
We were good, man. We were good. And it's good to see you're not the sunburned as you were after the first day. It's
Lord.
kind of
Jen showed you
dissipated.
the photo?
Oh, she get over here and look at him. Would you look at the way the young man is not wearing sunscreen? I said,
I
look,
wore it all the time, man.
I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to get involved in the sunscreen stuff with people, but I will say the stuff from Europe is a lot better than the stuff we have here. So if you really need to apply, you gotta have it imported and keep your face from getting sunburned, because that's one thing that I just, not for me. And my mother raised me. She said there are 3 S's you can no longer do in life. You will always stay out of the sun, no smoking, and no sex.
Well, I'm going to have to disagree with your mother.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you,
You're
Ma.
much
You got
better
grandchildren.
looking in person.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mrs. Fescoe.
She did text in last week about Mac being really good looking, too. I mean,
sign up. Join the long list, Miss Fescoe.
right.
Join the long list of that growing boy.
Yeah.
No, I'm glad to be back.
Good.
That's got to be what, the longest you've done a solo show, and how long?
That
was a full week?
It was a full week, yeah, probably.
Still got it?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Not as fun. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I
Sorry, Mac.
Yeah, just being honest. I mean, looking back, I chased him away. Nathan's in today, getting ready to get married. Congratulations to you, getting ready
By the
to
way,
walk
I
down
did
the
get
aisle.
your email. I will respond, I promise.
Yes. We responded, did we not? I think my wife took care of that. So.
I think you did, yeah, and I really appreciate that. Dusty, how many of those 3 S's did you partake in last week?
All 3.
All 3? Good for you.
No.
Oh, found an Alabama bell, maybe? I'm like, ooh, we got some breaking news.
No,
Ooh.
it's dangerous down there, man.
Yeah.
You never know. You gotta avoid the jellyfish.
Yeah. Did you pee on yourself because you got bit by a jellyfish?
For sure.
Or not? Yeah.
Yeah, later on, then felt the burn.
Yeah.
That is a true story. But I do want to recap, and if I miss anything, text line 913-586-7965, Bob, Nathan, please let me know if I missed anything. A week gone.
Yeah, a lot.
Mesmerizing how much goes on.
Well, how many people were dead?
We'll get to that. All right. But like the thing is like the phone stayed in the room basically the whole trip.
Good.
The morning I'd wake up, take some pictures because I want to make a collage for the IG account when I got back home. Wanted to get some memories to have,
course,
whatever. Had the whole thing planned out on my flight out there, which was only like an hour and like 40 minutes. It was nuts. So I start with the Royals, and then we'll move on to the Chiefs, and then we'll get into the world. So with the Royals, everyone's hurt.
Everybody's hurt. The entire rotation is hurt.
My guy Cags, hamstring, 10-day IL.
Yep.
Chris Bubich throwing 85 miles per hour his first 3 pitches. Surely everything's
so
fine.
Funny.
Leave him in.
It's so funny on Saturday. Matt goes, "What's wrong with Bubich?" And Dusty responds, I'm not kidding, to the group thread. He's in his own head.
Yeah.
Next day, TL.
Well, you walk 4 guys in a row. I was like, maybe he just can't find the strike zone. or he's throwing 87 miles per hour and his shoulder hurts.
Or his arm's hanging off. Either way, it's either
Right.
getting in his head or the dangling arm.
Right. And so yeah. Or this is why Q takes his pitchers out after 85 pitches
Right.
in June.
Yes.
So they lose 2 out of 3 to Miami,
That's
correct?
right, that's
okay.
right, yeah.
But then they win 2 out of 3 against Chicago.
That's right.
They win 2 out of 3 against Cleveland.
That's right, yes.
They're 4 games out of the wild card.
Right.
And now Detroit sucks.
Yeah, Detroit
Now
stinks
it's
right
an
now.
8-game lead for
Yeah.
the Central.
The-
What are we going to get? The wild card of the Central? I'm still a believer. So
Yeah.
are the Royals.
Right.
We'll dive into that. For crap's sake, Dick Mountain is on the starting rotation now.
Yeah, yeah.
We got
that's
Rich
right.
Hill.
We got Rich Hill. Yeah,
45-year-old
that's where we
Rich
are.
Hill.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
right. Yes.
And then, by God, MJ Melendez is back in a Royals uniform.
I mean, everybody got hurt. What are you supposed to do,
Nick
right?
Lofton had a concussion, I believe.
Yeah.
So MJ
Canada's
comes
out. I mean, Skaggs is out. We got nobody else.
Please, MJ, produce so you can be part of a package deal, or maybe they'll extend him as well.
Yeah,
Who knows? As we move on to the Chiefs, Jay Binkley really needs to patch up that. I really don't like this pick about Joshua Simmons
Because that guy's the star of not only our training camp, but the NFL. The NFL. He's the star of the NFL right now. And everybody's going, here the Chiefs go again. We told you this was going to happen when they drafted him. This isn't new.
I saw Isaiah Pacheco try to run a route as a receiver.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's
I
how
didn't see that one.
Oh, my God.
Not
I don't know if
good.
you guys saw it. He does a little and then moves. It's
Yeah.
like, Isaiah Pacheco, why don't you just, maybe not worry about that? George Karlaftis gets a contract
Yes, he did.
extension. So that seems like it's okay.
Yeah.
So if he does ball out, it's cheaper.
Yeah,
if he doesn't after 2 years, you're out of it.
Yeah, it's no big deal. You signed your guys, and you get them locked up. George Karlaftis is a good football player too. That's the thing.
Which means there's only one more contract to get done with, right?
Yeah,
That's
it's
number
Trent.
22.
Yeah, but there's no rush on that.
That gets done in the offseason?
I don't know. I mean, I know they like to get something done before the start of the season, but I don't know if that's going to be, feasible or possible or anything like that, depending on what Trent's camp is thinking about this whole thing. But I know the Chiefs want to move pretty fast on that and get Trent McDuffie signed up. But if I'm Trent McDuffie, I don't know. I don't know what I would do in that situation. Do you bet on yourself because of so many injuries in this league? Or do you take a nice big contract right now and know that you're going to be financially safe in a place where you want to be? I don't know.
Or
I don't
do
know.
you trust your general manager and team president and owner that have probably said to you, hey, here's what the timeline, you're going to be fine.
Right.
This is the NFL. I understand that sometimes big business can come around and put a knife in your back and all of a sudden you're a, Miami Dolphin. I don't know. I'm got nothing to do with Tyreek Hill. I'm just saying random team. But I think that he seems, from people that I've talked to, from you, from other people around the organization, it seems like he seems pretty comfortable with his situation. He's not, fretting the contract. He seems like everything's been told the route that will be, and he's just like, I'm going to play football. I'm going to get a contract. I'm going to be a Chief.
Yeah,
I get it.
And he wants to be here. Like, he's putting roots down in Kansas City, too. And this is one of those guys. We've talked about it for the last couple of years, that this is one of the guys that they were going to be the pillar of this organization. The difference is George Karlaftis was a mid to high level type deal, right? We're talking Trent McDuffie, probably the highest of high-level deals right now, right? Because he should be paid as one of the best. And you know how it works in the NFL. Whoever the next usually is the one that gets paid the highest. And so there's going to be, some contracts that maybe get doled out or whatnot. Maybe you want to kind of see where it is. But we're talking about a high-level deal for Trent McDuffie. And those do take a little bit longer. Karlaftis, a little bit easier to get done, and now you're going to a guy who's probably one of the top 3 or 4 at his position.
Right.
So it's going to take a little bit longer. But it doesn't mean they're not working on it, and they're just like, hey, we'll see you at the end of the season. No, I think they would love to get a contract with Trent done before the start of the year.
Would love that. World news. Happy Gilmore 2 came out.
Very fun movie.
Everybody's watched it?
Yeah.
Nathan?
Did you
No?
see it, Nathan?
Not yet.
Okay. You've seen the first one.
It's been a while.
Okay. You don't need to see that. Well, you could.
If
you want
it's
to
fun.
double
It'd be good
feature
to
it.
rewatch. And
Yeah.
then,
I've seen the first one so many times that I didn't need to go back and watch
Right.
it. So that came out. Nick Kurtz is Rookie of the Year now.
I mean, unbelievable
and
game.
Maybe the next Jason Giambi.
Mm-hmm.
I'll dive into that a little bit later, but he had missed the record home run by about 3
inch,
feet
yeah.
over the Crawford boxes, if they still call it that in Houston.
I mean, my God.
And that makes the CAG hunger even worse because he was the man picked right before Caglione.
Yeah.
And then everybody was like, yeah, Kurtz, CAGs, watch these guys for the future. Obviously, we mentioned CAGs got hurt, and Nick Kurtz is now the favorite. Shout out to Kramer Sandstone, who told me that he was going to win Rookie of the Year.
Did Kramer call that earlier in the
He
year?
called it about 3 weeks ago when Jacob Wilson was still minus 220 and Kurtz was like plus 310. He goes, Kurtz will win it because he could probably hit 30 home runs. I'm like, Kramer,
Yeah.
30 home runs. And then Friday or Saturday happened this weekend, and he was like, "Told you."
Yeah,
four
home runs in one game, 6 for 6, 22 total bases. They're calling it the best game in the history of baseball.
Yeah, he tied Sean Green.
Yeah, remember that guy?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was a
3
stud.
great years.
Yeah, he was for 3 years. You're right.
And then you move on from Gilmore to Nick Kurtz to everyone died when I was gone. The guy from the Cosby Show.
Yep,
right?
Malcolm Jamal Warner. That was Monday last week. That was like, oh, man. And then it just started to go.
Then we lost Ozzy Osbourne.
Right.
That was sad, but we kind of knew that was coming. He did that concert where he was like strapped into a chair. He wasn't supposed to do anything, but he's like, the hell with you all. I'm going out one more time. And then Hogan, brother.
Hogan died. Yeah, brother.
Yeah. Massive heart attack from what they're saying, or allegedly, I don't know. He was at his house in El Dorado, however you say it. The EMTs came in there, tried to revive him, died at the hospital like an hour later.
Yeah.
Sad to see that legend of wrestling go.
Yep.
The immortal no longer immortal. And then Phil Collins, I saw a story that he's in hospice care.
No way. Really? I had not seen that. Phil Collins is in hospice care?
That's right.
Oh, my God.
Yep. And then aliens are coming to Earth in November.
Okay, good.
Saw that. Yep.
Okay.
So there's aliens.
Okay.
And
well, that's fine.
Yeah. According to the New York Post.
Can't get much worse.
Somebody at NASA from Harvard was like, there's a ship. It's going very fast, and it could be destructive, and it's coming. Then, of course, I flew Southwest.
Right.
And before I leave, I see a story that Southwest had to dodge a plane and dive 500 feet down just to duck the other commercial flight that was coming in.
I mean,
could you imagine being on that flight and in 500 feet in a second?
Yeah, have you ever been on a flight where you touched and took back off again? Because that's happened a couple of times. I think it happened to, I want to say it happened to the Chiefs a few years ago, because Josh was like, oh my God, we touched and went. And I'm like, oh my God, you guys did a touch and go? He goes, yeah, it was pretty crazy. And I'm like, yeah, but I've been on planes like that before, where they come up short on the runway and they have to touch and go back up and, turn this whole thing around. I mean, it's scary. And especially with the air traffic controller crisis that is going on right now in this country too. I mean, that's a big reason why there's not enough people doing the job. They're underpaid. They're overworked. It's a mess right now in the air traffic controller industry. That's a hell of a career though to get into if you're looking for something. I got to go up in the tower once at KCI with a friend, and
Gotcha.
I thought that was really cool to be up there. Very, very, very intricate. Like, you gotta be on board and pay attention. But one little mistake like that, and all of a sudden you're thinking. But you're also thinking to yourself, why can't these pilots see better? Like what's going on out here?
Well,
Can you not see this?
It's the air traffic controllers telling them this guy just did. It was a blip on the radar. And according to TechSign, who's up and early, and I love it. The Phil Collins story is not true. His publicist came out and said he's in a hospital for a knee procedure.
Oh, well, that's not hospice.
No, that's not near death. That's near under the knife for a knee surgery.
That's same day surgery anymore if you're in the United States, you know.
And then Gulf Shores. I totally support that place. I'll go every year if I can. If I'm fortunate enough. It was a fun trip. Day one in the water. Day one. Jellyfish around the thighs. Both thighs stung.
Ow.
Brutal. Didn't know what happened. Never been stung by a jellyfish.
I don't think I've ever been stung.
So they
either.
identify the way the water is with 2 flags. They have white, which is calm, yellow, which is moderate, and then red, which is
stay the F away.
Or if you are, stay knee high. And then they have a purple flag, which means marine life is very present. Mm-hmm. Well, almost the entire trip we were down there, it was a red flag or yellow flag and purple all day. So they have this thing called sea lice, which is little bugs that can bite you. I guess. I don't know. It doesn't hurt. It's just you feel like an itch and then it's gone. But yeah, it felt like when the jellyfish got me, like a spaghetti noodle wrapped around my leg. And I was like, ooh, what's that? And then as soon as I went down to get it, it was like a jolt. And then I lifted up my swim trunks and there were 2 little lashes.
At least they get you a little higher.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, you got to go a lot higher. And I'm even going on the thigh. And it definitely was interesting. The food was great. Grouper, flounder, all that sort of stuff. Crab cakes. The weather was fantastic. There was one point where we thought we were going to die. We were in a hurricane almost.
Nice.
We were holding the gazebos down, and then lightning struck the water, and I said, F this on 3, we're running to the house, and then we just all jolted. But it was a fun trip. It was a fun time. Good. I tapped in a couple times to watch you guys on the cameras.
They're not working today.
They're not, apparently, because I'm back and broke them. Mm-hmm. But no, it was a fun trip. I definitely think that you were right about it. In times in life, especially in this industry, I've only been doing this for almost a year.
Yeah.
You got to get away, man.
Got to get away.
It was nice to do that, and then you can go back and look at everything that you missed, or you can just see all your notifications when you come back up to the house, and there's 15.
Or you can just move on. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I was like, they signed Karlaftis.
Great.
Weird.
Okay,
I'll take another sure side.
Exactly. How much you really care about that stuff when you're on vacation. It's good. Everybody in every industry, you got to unplug. I think a lot of people think, I got to work. You're a better employee when you take time off. And don't let your employer try to tell you can't have time off, because you will be a better employee when you get that opportunity to, just unwind and forget about everything that's going on at the office. It's a good way to do that. And so there's a lot you can forget and a lot you can remember, but more importantly, your life is going to be made up of those memories you create when you're on vacation, not what you do behind a desk.
No doubt. And then, by the way, the Royals signed Randall Grutchick.
Yeah,
is that his name?
Yeah, they traded for him, and then they signed Seth Lugo last night, which we have to get into because I don't know. I've got a lot to say about that one.
I'm glad that you said that. We'll dive into that. Plus, training camp and full pads started yesterday. You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
Whoever that bozo was doing the armpit fart thing, come on, man.
Catch Royals insider Josh Vernier every Monday at 8:20, right here on your home for Royals baseball, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you, my friends over at Heartland Men's Health want to have you have a happy, healthy, and fun summer, because we got vacations, we got cookouts, you got beach days, long nights with the people that you love, and this is the season to feel alive. But if your energy's low or your drive is off, you could be suffering from low testosterone. Getting treated is the first step to feeling your best for all of those great summertime activities. Now, if you're feeling a little bit of a decrease in libido, you're putting on some weight, maybe less productivity at the gym, and you're sleeping poorly, go to heartlandmenshealth.com and take the low T quiz. It's a simple 10-question quiz with yes or no answers, and it takes about 2 minutes, and then you're going to schedule a consult with Heartland Men's Health. They're going to do all your lab work and have the results within 30 minutes. A licensed medical provider will review those results and discuss them with you, and the cost of the appointment is just $99, which includes a medical consult, a T and PSA test, and if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. So get in touch with Heartland Men's Health today. There are 3 locations to serve you: in Overland Park, Independence between Blue Springs and Lee Summit, and their new office in North Kansas City. So call them today, 844-447-6600, or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
Greatness is here. All 830 of our famous footwear stores now carry Jordan brand. So it's easy to score Jordan brand footwear and accessories, from hats to backpacks to socks, for the full family at a store near you. Famous Footwear's in-store fit experts will help you find the perfect style and the perfect fit, because every day is a chance to make it famous. Come in and shop Jordan brand footwear and accessories at your local Famous Footwear store today.
DQ presents how to make a blizzard treat even sweeter.
Just get a blizzard treat on Miracle Treat Day, July 31st, and help support kids like me, Ari. On Miracle Treat Day, $1 or more of each blizzard treat sold at participating locations benefits your local children's hospital. So treat yourself in the most meaningful way and support local kids like me on Miracle Treat Day at DQ, Thursday, July 31st. DQ, happy tastes good.
Hey, listen to this. All it needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The new Omaha Steak Store is now open at the Fountains in Overland Park. Stop in today and save 50% store-wide on legendary steaks, burgers, and more. Plus, get doorbuster deals starting at just $19.99. Discover the Omaha Steaks difference today at the Fountains in Overland Park.
Do you know a coach who goes above and beyond? The Royals, the CU and the Major Leagues Foundation, and Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Kansas City are recognizing those impactful men and women. Nominate your high school coach at royals.com/coaches with character.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by the technicians you can trust with your house keys. Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Missouri side, 470 westbound, very heavy construction setup. You hit delays before Raytown Road. Crawls over past Raytown Road, getting into a construction zone where just the left lane gets by. It's slow for about a mile and a half, not quite to Blue Ridge Boulevard. Stay comfortable year-round with expert HVAC install. Zero down. Payments from $150 a month. Schedule now at AnthonyPHCE.com. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Back in on a Monday here on 96.5 The Fan. Your home for Kansas City Sports. Nathan, Bob, Dusty, all with you today. Nathan, you here tomorrow as well? You double dipping?
In 2 days this week.
All right,
wow, look at that. Got to get that money for the wedding. Huh?
Exactly.
Yeah. 2 days, right?
Actually, tomorrow, yes, I'll be in with Vern tomorrow night as well. So
Good
yeah,
Lord.
just eating up this salary
Yeah,
that they offer this position.
Yeah,
here.
stick it to the man.
So what do you can buy, like one shrimp for the wedding with all this hour time that you're putting in?
Exactly,
Yeah, exactly. You're starting to realize how much things cost for the wedding. Like when you get married, it's like, okay, we're going to have our wedding here. And then you're going to spend $2 to rent each chair. That's going to be, excuse me?
I'll tell you how much linen
cost.
Table linens.
It's the stupidest thing ever. You
Or
got to pay for
flowers?
napkins. Oh, yeah.
Flowers, I believe.
Yeah, the flowers, yes. But here's a little trick that my wife and I did because we
Soft
were cheap.
butter.
Yes, you got to have warm butter. You cannot have cold butter at the table. That was my only request for my wedding was warm butter. And the wedding planner person thought I was nuts, but everybody goes, oh, he's right. You know, try to put cold butter on your bread, it rips the bread. Nobody wants that, right? What we did at our wedding to save money because we were cheap is that the bridesmaids had the flowers or bouquets. Then they went on the table as the centerpieces. And
100%.
You do stuff like that to try to save some money because it's expensive, man.
Yeah, that's happening. And guys, look, I hate to burst your bubble. You're right about the warm butter take. If you think this is a wedding where there's going to be butter on the table, this is not the type of event you've signed up to attend.
Good.
No, we're so happy that you guys and Mac will be able to make it out. So we're looking forward
For
to
sure.
it.
It'll be a lot of fun, man. Thanks
Holy
for inviting
cow,
us
it's
too.
expensive.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's insane. The table linens, yes. Yeah, $1 a napkin, 6 cents a fork. Like what?
That's why Binkley works so hard. He's done 2 weddings.
Yeah, he has.
Let me tell you something about weddings, Nathan.
Yeah.
They're great until they're not. Coming up next on Peak at Night.
Yeah, please do not take wedding advice from Jay Binkley, okay?
You will get a pizza cutter from Binkley for your wedding.
Look, he is on the list. He was invited.
Okay.
Should he choose to, well, whether or not he attends, I know that my next time with Binkley on the air will be rough. I know I'm going to get it from him for the entire
for
show.
sure.
So
Yeah.
I just know that is what it is. And
Just ask Drew about it. No, that's great, man. Congrats to you and the missus. They're fun. Weddings are great. Just give your best man the advice. Hey, man, minute 30 seconds. That's your time.
Yeah, you get 90 seconds.
And the bridesmaid is on the clock.
Right.
Or the maid of honor is on the clock. Minute 30, which that won't happen.
Well, no chance. No chance.
It started in first grade.
Yep.
When I dropped my backpack, and she was there to help me.
Right.
Then second grade started. Oh, my God. We can't get up and get beer until you stop. No, so last night news breaks. I'm interested on both your takes. As Nathan, I know you're tapped in the Royals. Bob, I was come on. And so 7:30. Some of us were not.
Look, I'm just going to say my wife and I had a long weekend. We had some alone time last night. Dusty's texting me about ribs and beans.
I got
He's
ghosted by Bob last night.
Yeah, well, we were, we had a nice night. It was, we were back home in our own bed. We were having a good time. What can I say? I would have taken the ribs, but
I think you got another rib. Ribbed for her pleasure.
That is correct.
Lugo is extended as a Royals pitcher, and I think a lot of people, when they first saw this news, went, "Huh?
Yeah,
that was the guy that we were supposed to trade."
Right.
But apparently, Randall Grudrick and Adam Frazier, or I think that's his name.
Yep.
Those are guys that you've gotten, and then Lugo gets extended, and I don't know where to go with this. I've kind of pondered this back and forth since last night. This morning, thinking about what this team means. And there's two sides to this, I believe. I believe one side of the fan base is the Royals are in denial. They're not a playoff team. They're not good. They're, under 500, but they played pretty well since the All-Star break, and that's what they had to do. They've won 2 out of 3 in 2 series against 2 decent teams. The Cubs, good.
Mm-hmm.
Cleveland, they've always thorn in your side. Well, you lose 2 out of 3 to Miami. What are they doing? I don't understand this. You need to sell, get value while you can. The other side, finally, we have an owner that likes to spend money and keep a team, maybe a core together.
Right.
No doubt about it. In the 52 games that Seth Lugo has pitched for the Royals, he's been a top starter in baseball.
He's been the best Royal starter in 50 games in the history of the franchise.
So there's reasons on both sides, and I'm interested to get both of your sides. Text line, feel free to engage as well, 913-586-7965. But Lugo is forever Royal.
Yeah, and this is a move that says to me, this is not a move about today. This is more about a move for the future of this organization. And when you were out last week, we had talked about Lugo making probably his final start for the Royals in Chicago.
We're talking about it yesterday in his pregame show.
Yeah, right. Like everybody was talking about it. It was kind of common conversation that. And I suggested, look, I mean, you really like Lugo and he likes it here. But you know what? You can help the team trading Lugo, getting better now, getting a long-term bat, in the lineup, in the organization. And again, maybe there wasn't one available that they wanted, with Seth Lugo. They went through everything and the offers just weren't there. But I was thinking about you trade Seth Lugo at the deadline, get some bats back in return, and then you can go out there and re-sign him in the offseason. There's no rules against that, right? You can go out there and re-sign a guy if you've traded him. Doesn't happen a lot, but it's something that you can go out there and do. And I thought that was the plan for the Royals. I just don't see how, other than the injuries that now have taken place in the pitching staff. And if you would have traded Seth Lugo, now you're down 4 starters from the beginning of the year. And so I understand that side of things. But if you're truly making a push for the playoffs this year, re-signing Seth Lugo is not a push towards the playoffs. It's more of a, hey, we probably don't think we're going to make a push towards the playoffs. We plan to retool in the offseason, and we want Seth Lugo as a big part of our rotation next year when we're able to retool this offseason, maybe get a bat, maybe get a big trade. But we got to have Seth Lugo in our rotation going forward for the next couple of years because we don't know what's going on with Cole Reagans. We don't know what's going on with, Chris Bubich. We don't know what's going on with Michael Lorenzen and how long those guys are going to be out. So we need to have this guy rock solid pitcher for us for the next couple of years in our rotation. But it doesn't make you better today, and it doesn't give you the opportunity to get better today because now you're keeping Seth Lugo long term. I would have loved to have seen a trade, get some bats back in return, and re-sign Seth Lugo. That's obviously pie in the sky type thing, but I was as surprised as anybody when I saw Lugo re-sign. I'm like, that's not a push for 2025. That's a push for 2026 and 2027, in my opinion.
So this is from Andy Rogers. Source confirms that Seth Lugo's extension is worth a guaranteed $46 million for 2 years, $20 million each of 2026 and 27. Vesting options were $20 million or a club option for $17 million with $3 million buyout. Lugo also gets a $3 million signing bonus as well. So, not the biggest contract, more so like this is where your value is at the age that you are and what you've done for us right now. Mm-hmm. Obviously, the buyout after 2 years. But, Nathan, you see Seth Lugo extended with the Royals. What's that make you feel about this season?
I also think that it's not about this season.
Right.
It doesn't change the way that I feel. I think the best outcome for this season involved moving starting pitching into an asset on the offensive side. They tried to do it with Brady Singer. I think they would have done it in a situation like this had you not lost Reagans and Bubich, recently. JJ Piccolo said on the pregame show with Ryan yesterday that they're 2 weeks away from knowing where Cole Reagans is. Like, I mean, guys, we don't have a whole lot of Reagans or Bubic left in the tank this season.
Right, exactly.
But as going forward, looking to the future, I think the consensus is that the team is 2 bats away. I think this last offseason they tried to go get a leadoff hitter. It hasn't maybe materialized like they thought it would.
India's been hot and cold.
He has.
You know?
He has. And recently, I mean, obviously had a big hit over the weekend. He's gotten on base a lot more. But I don't think he's the guy that everyone thought he could be. And then we all know how the number 5 hitter just didn't materialize over the offseason. I think, guys, this means we could have seen the last of Chris Bubic in a Royals uniform. I think with 1 year of control after this season going forward.
He may be a guy you flip in the offseason.
He's the guy that you use to flip for one of those bats. And then, I mean, shelling out this amount of money to a pitcher of this age, you got to think that this offseason they will spend the money to get that big middle of the order at the bat. You know, I'll be damned if the market doesn't materialize. We're going to go get those pieces and make this lineup better. So it's actually kind of a shot in the arm for me with thinking about the future of this team.
Yeah, I think it's a good future move. I don't think it's
year.
a today. Yeah, you make kind of a face like, you know, like, and I think that kind of sums up. If we're looking at today, right? If we're looking at 2025, this doesn't do anything to make your ball club better today, but it really does set you up for the next 2 years. And so, to me, I hate to use the term white flag, and we're waving the white flag on the season and stuff like that. But that was your biggest asset if you were going to improve for this year. And again, maybe those bats just aren't available out there to trade somebody for, to get and have somebody come back in, because there's a lot of teams that are looking for bats. I like this move for the future. I don't like it for today. And you can have both, you know?
Yeah, because I think you look at what this means. Like, they're not, quote unquote, out of it. Right? You took care of business against Cleveland. I believe in the wild card standings, you're 4 games back, out, but you're only if you it's so weird when you look at this, because you look at the teams above you and you think about the games. So you're a half game behind Cleveland,
right?
You're a game behind Tampa, and then you're a game behind Tampa, a game behind Texas, a half game behind Cleveland. If all 3 of those teams lose 2 games and you win the next 2 out of 3 against Atlanta, then all of a sudden, you're looking at you're a game behind Seattle, who is the 3rd team in the wild card spot. So they believe in their team. They believe in their guys. They're paying money to these guys, which means you have ownership that believes in this team. And I get it. There's frustrations every night. You've got Rich Hill, I believe, going tonight for the Royals against Atlanta.
He pitched fairly well the other night for a 45-year-old cat. It wasn't like awful. He kept you in a game.
And it's weird when you look at these sort of things with the Royals, because it is. It's Rich Hill versus Spencer Strider.
Oh, that's tonight.
One guy's gonna throw 100 miles an hour. The other guy's gonna throw 70. But no, I look, I'm torn between this, because I'm with you the whole time, thinking on vacation, I'm like, somebody's moving, and then I get Randall Grutchick, and I'm like, okay. And then you realize that wasn't necessarily a move to make you better. That was a move because Caglione strained the hamstring.
Right.
So you have a repatch there, and you didn't give up anything for him. Nobody knew who the pitcher they gave up for.
Oh, there were people complaining on X about that. I
Oh.
did see people complaining about a guy they never heard of.
Like Cam Duvernay or whoever that guy was that they traded for.
Kevin Duvernay Tardif.
Yeah. The French doctor.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't know. It makes me think that they're giving this a fighting chance. I do think they'll finish the season over 500, currently 52 and 54. They look to be playing better, but what stinks is it's almost like it's like the theory that we called out. The pitching was so good the first half, but how long does it last? And watch, the hitting will come and the pitching will dissipate. Bubic is out, Reagans is out, Lorenzen's out, Nixon 5 is out.
Right.
All this is out, and all of a sudden,
Hire Mike Brown.
The lineup yesterday, I sent you guys a screenshot. I said, whoa, 4 runs.
Yeah.
And it's like, Noah Cameron, stud. So you got him. You got Lugo. You've got...
I mean, where would this team be without Noah Cameron right now? Seriously, I'm not just talking about this
6
year,
games
but
below 500.
Yeah, but moving forward for the future as well. I mean, because now you can start to piece together, kind of your 26 rotation. You're going to have Noah Cameron in that rotation. You're definitely going to have Seth Lugo in that rotation. Waka will be in that rotation, right? And so then you kind of fill in the spots from there. You hope Cole Reagans is back and ready to go. You don't know if Chris Bubic is going to be a trade chip this offseason. I think it's a very good trade chip this offseason. And I don't know if you're going to be able to compete again for a bat, because last year when you were trying to compete for a bat, you were competing with Toronto for Santander. He ended up signing for $30 million more than what you were willing to pay. So acquiring a bat on the free agent market Probably not the competition that the Royals want because somebody else is going to overpay. But if you have Chris Bubic and you can deal from a position of strength, which Bubic is, that's a guy that you do look to potentially move this offseason. We were talking about potentially moving him, at the trade deadline with the controllability that he has with the rest of this year and then all of next season. Oh, yeah. That's how you get better. You get better by trading Brady Singer. You get better by trading Chris Bubic. And I love the fact that JJ, sees that, and they're not afraid to deal from a position of strength to get better at a position of weakness. That's what you have to do in baseball. You have to use your assets, and players are assets. And Chris Bubic, I think, is going to be one of the biggest assets at the winter meeting, and they're going to be able to walk around and go, all right, who's going to give us a good bat for Chris Bubic? Like, what are we going to do here? Who's going to be our guy,
And not only that, but if you're in this situation next year where you need a bat that you didn't get in the offseason, and you have Seth Lugo, there will be a team that is probably rich in money when it comes to them, and they will take on this contract because it doesn't do anything to their roster.
Right.
Like, they'll take on whatever he's owed left of the 46 guaranteed. Well, I guess not the 46, but whatever he's due left, they'll just take that contract, and you can still move Seth Lugo if it doesn't work out next year, and you had a different type of season. But it is a little after 6:30. It is a Monday, so we can get into our overreactions. I'm not sure what your guys' are, but I know what mine is. Nick Kurtz will be a New York Yankee first baseman in about 4 years.
You have him, and who else did you have to the
Paul
Yankees?
Skeens.
Oh, yeah, Paul Skeens.
That's right.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Nick Kurtz is Jason Giambi 2.0, but the clean version.
Okay.
Because you saw what he did over the weekend, the 4 home runs, the double, the whatever it was, all the total 19 total bases, whatever the hell it was. That guy just, to me, he's in, of course, Oakland or Sacramento or
Wherever.
Vegas, whatever it is. Once again, a shell of talent is pouring out of the A's system. We know they won't keep them. We know they won't stick around. He will be a New York Yankees left-handed hitter that will hit 45 home runs for 5 consecutive years. He is going to be Jason Giambi when they got him from the A's, just like when they had all those guys in the A's. Now, again, these guys were all juiced up, but at one point they had Chavez, they had Tejada, Giambi, all these great players. And then they all just let him go, right? Tejada was on steroids, but won MVP. Giambi was on steroids, won MVP. Where did he go after he won the MVP? The Yankees.
That's
what
right.
did he do in New York? Was a hell of a left-handed bat with snake eyes. And I think that's what Nick Kurtz will be.
He did have those snake eyes, didn't he?
Dude.
Yeah, he did.
That's
I'm looking at him right now.
Steroids shrink your nuts in your eyes, apparently. But the thing is that you watch these, and the other thing that's great about Nick Kurtz and overreaction is these guys that are drafted out of college can produce immediately. And I know that you watch Nick Kurtz and you're like, this is what we want Cags to be so bad. Baseball's hard. Baseball's tough.
Yep.
And maybe Nick Kurtz is a new superstar in the league at the age of 22. The dude's a hoss. The dude's a stud. And maybe this gives you some sort of promise that maybe after this hamstring setback and Cags can reset, maybe we see Cags come back and show us that left-handed power that he has.
Yeah, and we can get into the CAG stuff too, but this disabled list stint couldn't come at a better time. I mean, it really couldn't have come at a better time for Jack Caglione. I guess I can make that my overreaction if I wanted to. I wanted to do an overreaction on Dion, but it may not be an overreaction. Dion may be quitting today as the Colorado head coach. There's reports that may be happening a little bit later on this morning.
Stay tuned in the 9 o'clock hour for that.
Yeah, I mean, that will end up being probably the biggest story of the day if Dion does walk away from Colorado. And that really does suck. I don't like that. I could overreact about Josh Simmons. Quite honestly, guys, I don't think anything is an overreaction right now about Josh Simmons.
Don't like that pick.
Don't like that pick, Binkley, do you? And then for me, though, I think the overreaction is going to be on Jack Caglione because I do think that this disabled list stint couldn't have happened at a better time. We were getting to the point now where you had to make a decision to either keep him up here or send him back down because he was clearly not playing well in the outfield, clearly not hitting at all, probably losing some confidence, never has kind of been through this in his life at any level. And so you kind of had to figure out, what are we going to do here with Jack Caglione? Are we going to keep him up here and let him fight through this thing? Are we going to send him down and let him realize success? Well, now he's got the injury, and you don't have to worry about that. And then you can send him down on a rehab assignment where he can go down to the minor leagues, realize some of that success, get his mind right again, and realize that he is still a really good baseball player. But I think this is a great reset for Jack Caglione, great reset for the organization with him, because in a perfect world, they wouldn't have had to bring him up this year. But as we know how this world went, it's not a perfect world because we got MJ Melendez back up at the big league level.
Better believe it. You got an overreaction over there, Nate?
I do, and but first, I think that Cags what would have mashing AAA for longer done for him? He still had to have gone through this.
That's right.
And
yeah,
so
right.
That is an overreaction had he not been on the IL, in my opinion. I think it's that Shamar Stewart's a bust, guys. I don't know if you saw the videos of his first day at training camp yesterday
back,
after
baby.
he signed. It looks like he hasn't done any physical activity while he's been negotiating this contract, anything. And I think that's my take for the day is Shamar Stewart, bust.
So they got the video of him looking fat and out of shape and whatnot. I mean, what would you have done in that situation? You got to keep working out.
Yeah, I mean, I guess any contract situation, you there's always that thought in your mind of like, what if we see it all the time in contract years. Like, what if the player gets hurt this year? So he's holding out instead. But to never have been in the league before and then show up and you're getting tossed around like a rag doll by the Bengals O-line, who is not known for tossing guys around like rag dolls.
Yeah.
Maybe not the way I would have approached it.
And I think probably there's a little from the offensive lineman. All right, Rook, you held out long enough. And, even though we support you, now we're going to show you what it's like to play in the NFL,
Yeah, maybe he needs to do the long drive, 15-play drive in St. Joe.
Oh, my God, they did that the other day. Everybody was talking about that yesterday.
We've got audio of Mike Dana doing it, talking about how it makes you a dog and how you got to dig deep. We'll play that a little bit later. But, yeah, I'm with you. I don't understand, being a rookie, I don't know how much clout you have. Obviously, you're an individual and you're trying to, protect yourself contract-wise, and eventually it worked out, so he wins. But, like, how much does he win? Because now it's like, you
better perform.
Are you a soreness in the locker room? I mean, here you are coming to a locker room that's got Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow, who are established. Joe Burrow, stud. After watching the quarterback on the flight, really like that guy a lot. And his dad's a G. I would go to the tailgate and hang out with his dad.
The father's cool, man. Yeah.
He's like, yeah, we keep seeing all these freeloaders at this tailgate. I'm like,
you said he interviewed Ralph? What? Wow, Ralph was in that? I didn't realize that.
Yeah, no, yeah. He's like, all these people just started showing up. And who's Joe Burrow's dad?
Right.
So that was good. But
the
no,
freeloaders at the tailgate are the worst. If you're going to somebody's tailgate, bring a bottle of something, man.
Or just stop by Hy-Vee and just grab a thing of cookies.
Yeah.
Like, at least you have
got something.
They will get 8. I promise you. If they don't, sneak them away and put them back in your car.
When you're going to a tailgate, yes, show up with something in your hands, of course. But I will say there have been times, especially in younger years, you get someone to drop you off up by the Denny's and you're walking down to the parking lot. You know you're going to be fed and watered on the way into the stadium.
Right.
All you got to do is walk through the parking lot and yell, "Go Chiefs," and someone's gonna take care of you.
Someone will. But if you know you're going to a tailgate, like when Ralph invites you to the tailgate, bring something, Blaze, not a bottle of Fireball that you stole from me and you chugged with your open mouth and then contaminated the entire bottle.
Yeah, you got to just bring that little bucket of Fireball.
There you go. If you bring a bucket of Fireball shooters to a tailgate, you're a hero.
And you can get it done real quick. Oh, hey, Bob's here. Catch. Catch. All right, see ya.
Right, and then nobody asks, what did that guy bring? Oh, he brought the Fireball shooters for everybody. Yeah, don't be a freeloader at the tailgate.
So, yeah, that is our overreaction on a Monday. Coming up on the other side, I don't know why it's so hard for the Oakland, Sacramento, Vegas A's broadcast team to do anything right. I'll explain on the other side here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
Hey, what go up, man?
On your home for Kansas City Sports. 96.5 The Fan.
At CertaPro Painters, we know that a happy place comes in many colors. Like ones that inspire a sense of wonder, or a new flavor that makes life just a little bit sweeter. Or one to celebrate those moments that lift you to new heights, at home or at work. We'll make your happy place your own. CertaPro Painters. That's painting happy. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Contractor license and registration information is available at CertaPro.com.
BetMGM is making your next golf tournament winner bets more exciting with Second Chance. What's Second Chance? Ever bet on your favorite golfer to win a tournament only to see them miss the green? Well, with BetMGM's Second Chance promotion, you'll get your stake back in cash if your tournament winner bet finishes in second instead. That's right. Simply bet on any player to win a scheduled golf tournament during a promotional week. If you're right, you win. But if your pick finishes in second instead of first, you get your stake back in cash. Watch your favorite players go for the win all season long and bet knowing you'll get your stake back if they finish second. Log in today and make your picks with confidence with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Kansas only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
It's time
Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school.
You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health too with Nature Made Probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
GiveMeTheVin.com is already the best place to sell your car, and now it's even better with the GiveMeTheVin.com Big Cash Giveaway. Give Me The Vin is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. Sell us your car to increase your odds of winning big cash. No purchase necessary. For official rules, go to GiveMeTheVin.com.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
This summer, Casey's has 89-cent fountain and frozen drinks. But if you don't have 89 cents, you could check your center console, or dig between your couch cushions, or ask Grandma for $1, or just use your credit card. We take those too. 89-cent frozen and fountain drinks at Casey's all summer long. Restrictions may apply. See store for details.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Jay's Southland Tow Service. Things are pretty heavy out there on 470 westbound. You hit delays now before View High Drive. Just crawls over towards Raytown Road. There's a construction zone past Raytown Road with only the left lane getting by. Things are sluggish out to Blue Ridge Boulevard, so about 2.5 miles of heavy traffic. Having unexpected car trouble or just in a car accident, call Jay's Southland Tow Service 816-779-4869 or southlandtow.com. Use the tow service trusted by most local police departments. They can do it all, so be in the know and call Jay's Southland Tow. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic. Westbound on 470 this morning, I insist that you make a double shot of espresso coffee. You're going to need it.
And then add some booze into it because, boy, oh boy, that's going to be a mess this morning, isn't it? You came through there this morning, didn't you? Before?
Yeah, they were setting up. Yeah. I was gone for a week, hadn't driven for a while, and then all of a sudden I saw on the Lee Summit community page asking about 470 westbound. I'm like, that is like the first leg of my drive.
Yep.
First, part of it, the left lane shut, then the right lane shut. And I thought to myself, by God, this is going to be brutal about 7:30. So just keep it on 96.5 The Fan. You'll get to listen to extended time because you'll be stuck in traffic. And you can always hear funny clips like the A's broadcast.
1-2 pitch. High in the air, deep to right. That ball is foul. Or gone.
That ball was absolutely launched. Law Dog posing him up at the dish.
Law Dog.
He knew it off the bat. It was just a matter of how far.
I don't know if you saw the video of this.
It was dead center.
That ball was right center cut, about 435 feet, 18 rows up in the right center field bleachers.
That wasn't even close to the foul pole.
Foul. Okay. I mean,
it was not even close. It wasn't near. It wasn't like even in the vicinity of the foul pole. And so that was like, it was just a bad call. Like, I don't know if that broadcaster wasn't paying attention to what was going on, was watching something else, was checking out somebody in the crowd, or whatever the case may be. Calls get missed every once in a while. I've never seen one miss like that in my entire life. I mean, that was a moonshot to right center.
The guy pimp walked it as soon as he hit it. I don't know why. I don't know what the guy was watching. It was in Houston. And the ball's clearly right center field, literally 15 rows deep.
Yeah.
425, probably, I don't know if it was that far, but at least 400 feet gone to right field. Not like it was, hugging the pole or like going to be close to hitting it or going over the top of it. No, just a clear-cut home run shot to right center field. I don't know what they do for like the Oakland broadcast team, but it's been terrible for 2 years. You had the Dippin' Dots slip up earlier this year.
Right.
Like, I don't know how that comes out. That was nuts. You had the idiot that was talking about Kansas City and how he slipped in a derogatory term explaining the Negro Leagues Museum. He's fired. And then you got Dallas Braden, who I don't know what he's doing, but he's not great. They should have open tryouts for the Oakland broadcast team.
Yeah, they really should, because their broadcast is brutal. I was talking with some people around baseball about it last week, and I'm like, God, I like to, and I'm sure you've done this in the past, and Nathan, maybe you have as well, you fall asleep to a West Coast game, right? It's something that you like to do, and for me, Vin Scully, for many years, was kind of what I went to bed with, listening to the Dodger game at night, just flipping it on and kind of mellowing out, and it was always just the perfect, peaceful sound of summer. I love going to bed to a West Coast baseball game, right? You can't with Oakland. It is a brutal broadcast. It is terrible. It's embarrassing, and it sounds like, I think you used the term, the high school broadcast. I mean, it really does. It sounds like the kids, in Diane Houston's class down at Grandview, and they're better, and they're great students that she has down there in that TV department. Shout out Grandview High School for the kids down there and what they do. But that's what the Oakland A's broadcast is. It literally is a high school broadcast, and I guess they don't care because they're playing in a minor league stadium, but that product is awful. It is a brutal listen and a brutal watch, and if that's the only game that's on a night game for a West Coast game, it's on to Seinfeld. I can't fall asleep to an Oakland A's West Coast game. That's how brutal it is, and I don't like saying that because I know broadcasting is hard. Doing these jobs aren't easy, but there's a lot of broadcasts around baseball that seemingly just don't put much effort into what they're doing.
Somebody in the text line says, is he joking?
No,
he wasn't. Serious.
No, he's serious. Yeah, he was serious about that.
I also feel like we're spoiled with our broadcast team.
That's exactly what I was about to say.
I mean, we don't appreciate Ryan enough, and I've been saying it for years. He should be on national broadcast. Probably doesn't want to because he's got kids and a life and all that kind of good stuff that he's finding to be more important than calling every game around the country. Ryan Lefevre is, I almost said a bad word there, effing awesome. Sorry, Ryan. But I almost, that's how good he is. I mean, that's how good I think Ryan is. He almost made me say the F word on the air.
All of our guys are so witty as well. You can just sit here and not even scroll your phone, watch the game. You can just sit there just doing nothing except for listening to our radio broadcast and have a really enjoyable time. We're very lucky. And Chris Carey, I don't know if it's Carey. This is the Oakland
Carey. It's Harry Carey's grandson, I believe.
Chris Carey?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
He had to have been watching Butler and thought that he was not running because it was a foul ball, and then he took because he did pimp the home run like Jesse talked about.
Sure.
So that had to have been what he was relying on.
Hose, dude.
And he said, "I totally lost it in the lights. No excuses. Unfair to Butler and our fans." It was indoor. I just don't.
Wait, read it again.
Totally lost it in the lights. No excuses.
That's
was the
excuse.
first part of it.
I totally lost in the lights, man. No excuses. No, you just.
I mean, this ball. I don't know if you guys listening have seen this. This ball was. You know how they used to have that hill in center field.
Yeah.
It would have been closer to the hill than it was to being a foul ball.
That's correct. It was a bomb. I mean, you could hear it on the call. I mean, it was jacked. I mean, it was a moonshot. It was unbelievable. What you do in those situations, and this is where I think we're pretty good, Dusty, you and I, we're very self-deprecating, right? I mean, and that's the way that you have to be in these moments. What he should have done is come back and goes, damn, I was bad on that call. I really screwed that one up, dude. I'm sorry.
Or
my
the
bad.
next foul ball, you're like, that one's definitely foul.
Yeah, exactly.
But instead,
That guy's an idiot, man.
Instead, you're out there saying you lost it in the lights.
But no excuses. I just don't get that.
I just wish all across baseball there would be more of a standard than there is for broadcasters. And I hate to continue to harp on Pittsburgh, but that was the last kind of visiting broadcast that I was watching a couple of weeks ago when the Pirates were here. Boy, that's brutal. I mean, like it's sometimes you don't even know if they have an announcer that's on the television broadcast, and you're wondering like what's going on. Like when I was a kid and growing up. Those guys that were on TV, man, like you revered them. They were superstars. They were the voices of summer, and these were big-name guys, and these were important people in your childhood. Now they're throwing together baseball broadcasters, grabbing people from the crowd and putting them up there.
We need more guys like Hud.
We do.
Because, Dallas isn't great. I think he's a good dude, but it doesn't translate into the broadcast. There was no doubter. It's no, it's just, you need better. And again, I think like you had said and then I have said, I think we're just spoiled when it comes to Denny and Ryan and Hud and Jake's been a good addition. And Steve's kind of the sit back guy that'll, do the road games as well, but also give you a statistic that you're like, well, Jake, the last time he actually pitched was 2 days ago. Unfortunately, they did the opener. And you're like, oh yeah, that's right. I did forget about that. Instead, you got guys in Oakland that are topping out Dippin' Dots and calling them, Richard Dots, and then and then you got the other guy that a couple of years ago, and then Nick Castellanos hits a home run, and then you got this. The ball is foul. No, it's not. It's gone. I don't know, man. I don't know.
That viral. It's from a couple of years ago where they're playing the Rays. And the lady's like, hey, Siri, it's not your night in the bottom of the ninth with 2 outs.
Right.
After the first strike. And then the next pitch, Jose Siri just launches a game-tying home run. Just perfect.
Announcers' curses are real.
Yeah.
But no, our guys are – and, I think with HUD specifically, people have recently gone from kind of rolling their eyes a little bit when he says something a little bit silly to being like, man, that's why we love this guy.
That's right.
And now online, every time he makes a little sound when someone hits a home run, that goes, locally viral. Like people like that. They like the personality and the humility and the cohesion of our team. And I think we're so lucky compared to so many other markets.
Well, and also, too, with Hudler, I mean, he's what baseball announcers used to be, like the characters of the game. I mean, you go back and you think about some of the great broadcasters that you loved over the years. I mean, use Harry Carey he was a character of the game. I mean, those were the guys that you listened to that had fun, that played the game, that you never knew what they were going to say. John Madden in football, Dick Vitale in basketball. Maybe not the best analysts of what was going on, but they were the most entertaining. They kept you engaged in the game, and we need more Rex Hudlers in this world.
Sit in there. Poked in the left. Demo dives. He missed it. Come on, all the way past him. Salvi gets on his horse. Wilson waves the ball. All the way home. Tie game.
See? That's what it's all about.
Right.
That's what you need.
That's what you want.
And I get it. At times it's a little too much, but I mean, hey, I love to hear that, and I love to hear this because we dive into this on the other side.
They announced Josh Simmons, offensive tackle from Ohio State.
I hate this pick, actually. Don't like it. Don't like it.
I got a feeling Jay Beakley's going to start loving that pick here in a little bit because the biggest focus at camp is still the biggest focus, but with a different narrative. We dive into that on the other side here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
I'll tell you what, we're getting ready to have that back-to-school conversation, right? The kiddos are getting ready to go back, and everybody's kind of getting excited. You're thinking about fall. You know what else would make fall even better? Not having to make a mortgage payment for 2 months. Rolling into football season and the start of the school year with so much to worry about, how about taking 2 months of a break from your mortgage? Well, my friends over at Golden Oak Lending can help you get there, but you have to take that free mortgage checkup. It is a risk-free, no paperwork or credit card required conversation. You're going to call Golden Oak Lending, and you're going to tell them all about you, where you you are in life financially, what you want to try to accomplish in life, and how they can help you. They'll put all that information together and see if they have a plan for you that's better than what you're currently in right now. And if Golden Oak has a mortgage that's better than what you're currently in, they'll let you know about it. And if they don't have one that's quite as good as where you are right now, they'll let you know that as well. They'll never get you in a bad situation or a mortgage that isn't as good or better than what you're currently in. With the Golden Oak refinancing that's out there right now, the average cash out customer saving $1,104 per month, and then you can go 2 months without having to make a mortgage payment. So call Golden Oak Lending today at 913-890-GOLD and have that conversation. You can also check them out online at goldenoaklending.com. But more importantly, have that conversation, take that free mortgage checkup, and see what Golden Oak Lending can do for you. 913-890-GOLD, and let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
It's almost Andy Reid. When I landed in KC, I started doing commercials, the whole playbook. That's how I teamed up with Renner Garage Store. For nearly 70 years, Renner has been serving KC with the latest styles, top brands like Deldon, Amar, and LiftMaster, and the trusted service of a family-owned team. Get your free estimate today, and if you're looking for work, Renner's hiring installers with paid training. RENNER forward and back.
RENNER, RENNER.
Go Yard all baseball season long with Underdog's Champions Game. Join the millions who have already won billions making plays on Underdog and be next to join one of the leading places to make all your sports selections that you can play in your state. To play, all you have to do is download the app. Choose whether you think a player will go higher or lower than their favorite stats, home runs, strikeouts, total bases, and so much more. Once your entry feels good, you can play with as little as $1, and if you get everything right, you could win up to 1,000 times your money. That's right. If you bet $1, you could get up to 1,000 times your money, so you really could turn $1 into $1,000 with your baseball knowledge. Download the Underdog app, sign up using that promo code TAPP, T-A-P-P, to unlock a special offer for up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. That's promo code TAPP, T-A-P-P. Must be 18 plus and present in Missouri. Terms apply. See UnderdogFantasy.com/web/deposit-match-terms. Concern with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
Paid for client portrayal and endorsement. Choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
After my car wreck, there was a lot I didn't know.
I do know. If you've been hurt in a car wreck, call me. I've got this. Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Gann Asphalt and Concrete. One contractor, all things parking lot. Missouri sign 470 westbound, very heavy. You hit delays coming out from around Pryor, not quite that far, but it is very heavy approaching View High Drive. Stays slow, just crawling over past Raytown Road, getting into a construction zone with only the left lane getting by. The World's coming to Kansas City in 2026. Is your parking lot ready? Faded lines, potholes, unsafe sidewalks. Gann Asphalt and Concrete is your winning team. One contractor, all things parking lot. Visit GannAsphalt.com today. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Cody and Gold, live from St. Joe at Chiefs training camp all summer long, with exclusive access and interviews with the reigning AFC champions. Right here on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan. KFNZ FM and AM HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Well, you get it. July 31st, Hall of Fame game. Lions and Chargers.
That's right. This week, Thursday, baby.
That's right. Thursday night football. Can't wait.
Over under on 8 plays that you will watch in that game. 1 series for each team is how I came up with 8.
Oh, game starts at what, like 6:30 probably?
Oh,
or
that
something
early?
Like that?
Oh.
I don't know. They normally get it going pretty early, I would think.
I'm going to guess a 7 o'clock Central Time start just because that's kind of the way we do things, or maybe 7:20 or something of that nature. But over under of total plays you will watch in that game of 8. I'll give you the hook. I'll give you 8.5. You going over or under?
Probably.
Nathan?
Under for me.
Okay.
The only preseason football I'll be watching will be Chiefs football.
Okay.
I think I'd rather watch Rangers and Mariners at 8:40.
Oh, okay.
Or Braves and Reds at 6:10.
Yeah.
There's only 3 MLB games on Thursday. One of them is at noon. It's Rays and Yankees.
Okay.
Then the other 2 are the ones I previously mentioned.
Right.
So for the NFL, over under 8.5 plays. Boy, that seems like a really, really, really good time. 7 o'clock is when it starts. That sounds like a really good time to catch up on some more Netflix documentaries and stuff like that. But I will watch the introductions. I will watch all that because I assume Goff won't play. I assume Herbert won't play. But who knows? That quarterback or that coach for the Chargers is a nut job. So maybe he's got all his guys out there. We know Najee Harris won't play.
Well, the one thing you did miss last week is Cincinnati is going to be using more of the preseason now to play their players because of the way that they've started the last few seasons being very bad in the month of September. So maybe we'll see that more. But I mean,
the starters will play the first quarter for the Chiefs.
That's right, and then they won't. And so 8.5. I'm going to take the over on that because I think it's one of those situations, Dusty, and we've all been there. You forget to change the channel, so that's why you take it, and then all of a sudden you realize I'm watching 22 players on a football field that I've never heard of before.
I will say I'll probably do the over because there's nothing on. It starts at 7, so that's like prime dinner time. So I'm kind of like stuck watching whatever I'm watching. I got nothing going on. It's going to be a beautiful day on Thursday, like 77 degrees.
It's supposed to be a nice day at the end of the week. It
seems like a good steak day.
Yeah.
If you could,
steak day at Hy-Vee on Thursdays too. Your $12 steak. You get your taters. You get your veggie. Oh, yeah. You got to go.
Twice.
I know. I was going to say, oh, brother. I was going to channel my inner Hulk Hogan right there, but he's passed.
R.I.P. Terry Barella. Is that how you say his last name?
I never knew that in my entire. No, I never looked it up. I never thought. I never cared. He does look like a Terry, though. I mean, like, he kind of fits the mold of a Terry. I don't know
or
why.
A Karen. I kid. It's too soon. So if you were to call Joshua Simmons a steak, what kind of steak is he?
Okay, so I'm going to be very honest with you. Right now, to me, he's the Denver cut at Booth Creek Wagyu. Okay, you're going to get a perfect steak, perfectly marbled, big enough to feed your entire family of 4.
Now with 2 locations.
That's exactly right. 95th and Knoll and 135th and Metcalf, right? And so you've got the Denver cut steak. It's a perfect steak. You don't need a lot of it, but man, this is really, really good. And I think that's kind of where we are with Josh Simmons right now. We don't need a lot of seeing Josh Simmons. We know he's really, really good right now. What steak are you going with?
I'm going to say he's your, like, cowboy ribeye.
Ooh.
Right?
Okay.
There's a big...
That's the one with the big bone, right?
That's right.
Yeah, I like that.
Got a big
that got
bone.
me excited.
got a big bone on it. Got a little bit of fat you got to trim.
Yeah.
But you're not worried about it. You can eat that gristle. That's what that is. There's a little bit of gristle on it.
Ribeye, you can do the gristle. It's okay. Yeah.
It's a weird texture.
Yep.
But it can be chewed. And you can put up with it. And I think the gristle on Simmons is the college experience turning pro, the lackluster of what was there when it came to maybe reading things on the edge. But now that the fact that he's apparently not as injured as people thought, maybe he's better than people thought.
Right.
And all of a sudden you're always like a lot of people when they see the cowboy ribeye on the menu or the big bone tomahawk ribeye, I think is what it's called. The tomahawk makes sense in Kansas City. They look at it, they're like, you're just paying for the bone. I'm going to pass. And then you look at somebody that gets it across the way, and you're like, I bet that's pretty good. I'd like to try it just once. Well, the Chiefs ordered the tomahawk ribeye late in the 28th pick or whatever it was and the last pick or whatever he went. And they said, you know what? We'll take it. And now everybody else looks around and says, I should have taken that steak.
Yep.
I know it's a big sell. I know a lot of people are like, you're just paying for the bone. You're not getting enough meat. Now everybody else is going, damn, they got that? I wish I'd have got it. And the Chiefs are like, well, there was only one on the menu. We went ahead and took it. You had your chance, Philadelphia.
Right.
You
You
didn't
guys
want
had
it.
the early reservation. You had the early bird. Nobody wanted to take that steak.
Everybody else read the menu.
Yeah.
And the Chiefs took a flyer on it, and now all of a sudden they've got enough meat to hand out. And now all of a sudden, the biggest focus in camp that we were looking at from a standpoint of, again, one day at Pats, they'll be back there today, Cody and Gold, 10 to 2, live in St. Joe. Take your towels, Cody and Gold. Now all of a sudden, there you go. It's there. We'll see what it is, and I'm excited to see it because now it's not, oh, we're going to see if he can actually play. We're going to see if he can actually, if he's injured. All these things that are living up to it, so far so good. I know it's one day in pads, but let's see if that happens.
But there's also, it's just so far so good. Like there are 3 people competing for the right tackle job, and nobody is competing with Josh Simmons right now on the left tackle side. And that to me is the most eye-opening thing. Nathan, I want to get your stake too. Where do you have this?
I mean, I was also thinking about something big with a bone, just a big old cut of meat. I was thinking porterhouse. But Dusty, if I'm the Chiefs, I'm not interested in that whole like, are you paying for the bone? Are you paying for whatever? You know what the Chiefs have not had at left tackle is a big cut of meat with a bone in it that maybe has a little bit of gristle in it, like that can take one of those premier edge rushers one-on-one. I don't care about value. That's what I wanted at left tackle.
Right. So you're going to overspend and you're willing to pay for the gristle and the bone and all that kind of stuff to make sure it's exactly what you want. Yeah, and that's what they did. And really it does go to show you how good he's performing that you now have 3 people competing for the tackle spot on the right side, which is good. It's going to make everybody better. You got Jalen Moore. You've got, obviously, Juwan Taylor at that spot, who all of a sudden is now off the physically unable to perform list, which funny how fast that happened, right? Physically unable to perform, guys kind of slowly work back in. They don't want to deal with training camp. And even we saw Juwan Taylor kind of at the beginning of camp talk a little bit about, let the young guys get some work in. I've been there. It's going to be okay. And now all of a sudden, Juwan Taylor's like, I better get out there and play because Jalen Moore may take my spot. So I've got to go out there and battle now at that right tackle spot for a job. And competition is good. Competition breeds success for a lot of people. And so we'll see the best man win. And now all of a sudden, whoever doesn't win that right tackle spot, now you've got a swing guy that can play on the left side. You've got a swing guy that can play on the right side. And you can go truly 3, maybe even 4 deep potentially at that tackle spot. And that's great news for Patrick Mahomes because the number one goal of this offseason was to fix that offensive line. And by God, you signed Trey Smith to a long-term deal. You've got your left tackle seemingly figured out right now. You've created great competition at the right tackle spot. Like everything is going good for this team right now. And we're not the only ones talking about it. It's been kind of the national story of camp of, oh my God, the Chiefs have found a left tackle now. What are we going to complain about? What's everybody going to bitch about now that the Chiefs have solidified their left tackle spot? Like there's nothing holding them back that the national media can pick on right now.
And again, the texts that say he hasn't done anything, we haven't seen anything. Look, we're one day into camp, and the biggest concern in this draft pick, if you'll just go back and listen to before, was, is he going to be healthy enough to play? Is he going to be able to break camp with an? He's practicing with the number ones.
Right.
He's showing signs of being a starter, and he was injury scared in the draft. So yes, it is okay to have these conversations about a guy that, we haven't seen him play in a live game.
Right.
Thank you for the obvious. Yeah, it's been one day in pads. Thank you very much. But again, this is the most important position on this team outside of quarterback. It's not an injured player. He's practicing with the ones. And from anybody and everybody that's covering the team, from Nate Taylor to Pete Sweeney to Josh Briscoe to whoever the hell else is out there, everyone's conversation is, as of right now, after one day in training camp, with the pads on, it looks like Josh Simmons is fitting the part. So, yes, overreactions and camp cliches, that's going to come back soon, right?
Probably. Yeah, we should.
Got to have that coming back. The British lady's going to be tuning up soon.
Yeah.
But, that's what you want to see. Instead of, well, could you imagine if he wasn't practicing? Do you guys know what that conversation would have been?
Oh, my God, we'd be overreacting to that. Right, yeah, right.
Way to take a stretch on a left tackle.
Right.
Can't play.
Right, yeah. So that's what people would be doing if he wasn't playing well, right? They swung and missed. They reached and didn't get a reach, from Veach or something like
they
that.
They announced Josh Simmons, offensive tackle from Ohio State.
I hate this pick, actually. Don't like it.
I mean, you want to talk about aging like fine wine? That's not. That's aging like That's aging like a box of wine, man. That's Franzia right there.
There's nothing wrong with that. Slap the bag.
A gallon of milk, dude.
He went from that to this.
Hey, baby, how you doing?
Yeah. Yeah, Binkley's take, not aging well. You're right, like a gallon of milk that's been sitting in the refrigerator for a while, right?
Like sun.
The hell is this? Sorry, Jay. We love you.
No, yeah, for sure. He'll be on the show on Wednesday like he always is at 6:45. But, I mean, you hear that, and then you hear about how, like, Mike Dana talks about the offensive line during the plays.
I mean, you just got to gut it out, man. There's no looking for subs. There's no, looking for ways out. You just got to realize that, this is the time to dig deep. This is the time to grow. Coach emphasized, growing in uncomfortable situations. That's all that long drive drill is. It's just uncomfortable. Your body's tired. Your body's exhausted. You want to see who's going to dig deep, who's going to keep going.
And you know who did? Joshua Simmons.
Josh Simmons did, man. He went out there and lit it up. And I read something geeky the other day. I think it was on Nate Taylor's piece on ESPN talking about the way he was like, he knew what to do in certain situations already. Like he watched, I think it was Mike Dana drop back in the pass coverage. And so he knew who to block and who to take on and, kind of what he was supposed to do in those situations. And you think about those type of things like physical. Yeah, he's going to be just fine. It's the mental side of things for a lot of these guys and figuring out the playbook and whatnot. And if he's already doing that kind of stuff on day one and he's out there and he has no competition, yeah, he's a lot more advanced than anybody thought he was going to be, and this is going to turn out so far to be a great pick by Brett Veach. I'm not going to sit around and say, let's wait and see what happens. This is the excitement of camp right now, and I'm going to bask in the excitement of camp because I want to be excited about what's going on in St. Joe.
And don't forget, live in St. Joe today, Cody and Gold from 10 to 2. And also, join 96.5 The Fan live at Hollywood Casino on Friday, August 8th. Cody and Gold plus The Drive will be broadcasting live from the sportsbooks inside Hollywood Casino. We'll be registering fans to win signed Charles Omenihu football plus a pair of tickets to Colts and the Chiefs. Be sure to follow Hollywood Casino on Facebook, Instagram, and X and enter their giveaway on August 7th for a chance to win $100 pen cash on August 8th every hour from 10 a.m. until 6 a.m. And then a week from this Thursday, I believe it's Travis Kelce Day.
Yeah, that's right. August 7th. We're already here a week from this Thursday. Wow.
That's right.
I was thinking this morning when I walked in, it's August this week.
Yes,
man.
sir.
Like it is August
Yes,
this
sir.
week. I mean, this year has just flown right by. I can't believe we're sitting here getting ready to go into August already and back to school. I feel like summer just started.
I'm about to be 38 in a week from this Thursday,
Wow.
but it's Travis Kelce Day. Here on 96.5 The Fan, coming up, buyers or sellers? I don't think they're sellers. They're definitely telling you they're buyers, and more on Seth Lugo staying in Kansas City here on 96.5 The Fan, your home, Kansas City Sports.
Hey, it's Vinny Pasquantino, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens. Summer is about feeling your best, and Heartland Men's Health is about making you feel your best. More energy, more time outdoors, more time with the one you love. But if erectile dysfunction gets in the way, it can quietly steal that confidence. Remember that first time that you failed in the bedroom? You just laughed it off, and then it happened again, and then again, and then again. And then you found out, well, maybe I have a problem. Maybe these pills I'm using just are working okay, but they could be better. There are a few things more wonderful in life than intimacy, but when erectile dysfunction harms intimacy, it can have a devastating effect on your relationship. So go see my people over at Heartland Men's Health today. Your initial visit is only $99. It includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if a medically advised test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They have an expert staff, and if you are like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They have 3 locations to serve you: Overland Park, Kansas; Independence, Missouri, between Blue Springs and Lee Summit; and their new office in North Kansas City. Call them today at 844-447-6600 or visit them at heartlandmenshealth.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus, offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
At Target, back-to-school-a-days are here. What is back-to-school-a-days, you ask? We're talking 7 days of deals on looks and styles the kids will love, at prices you'll love even more. Because back-to-school at Target means getting all of the above. Through August 2nd, save 25% on select kids' clothes, with additional savings to round out their looks, including uniforms, leggings, polos, and activewear. Plus, their new favorite backpacks are 30% off. Happy back-to-school-a-days, now through August 2nd, only at Target. Terms and conditions apply.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
We're definitely going to be late for kickoff. We should be at the game by now.
I'm just taking a little detour. I've got to fill up my gas tank, and I know this place a couple of towns over where the gas is cheaper.
Are you serious? We missed tailgating because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas. Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is the free cashback app that gets you real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, I can get cash back just for buying the gas I need anyway?
Yes, I use it all the time, and I made around $200. Now pull over so you can download the Upside app before we miss the whole first quarter.
Football fans, download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SEASON25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or as a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SEASON25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SEASON25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code SEASON25.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side 470 westbound, very heavy. You hit delays a little past Pryor, and you're just crawling all the way past Raytown Road, getting into and through a construction zone where you've got just the left lane getting by. It's about 3.5 miles of very heavy traffic. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
To give some reference on Joshua Simmons' hype, this is from Daily Chiefs on Twitter or X. I don't think people fully grasp how brutal our left tackle play was last year. Out of 140 qualifying tackles on Pro Football Focus, the Chiefs' left tackles ranked 136, 127th, and 106. That's worse than 40-plus backups and some third strings. Even an average Josh Simmons would be a massive upgrade. So
no doubt, yeah.
There's why you have the hype around him.
And if you can't be excited about Josh Simmons after one day, like, what are we doing here, right? Like, that's what sports is supposed to be about. It's supposed to bring you hope. It's supposed to bring you fun. It's supposed to bring you joy. It's not supposed to bring you to the point of where you're just like, well, I'm just going to wait and see what happens, blah, 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 and have that kind of attitude, because, you know, that's not why sports exists. It exists for us to have some fun with. And if our football team, who is the best, I believe, in the NFL, has now found that missing piece that has kind of held us back, you know, for the last couple of years from the offense that we've wanted to see out there, and this guy's going to allow Patrick Mahomes to have fun and go downfield again and bring back the deep ball and all that kind of stuff, why wouldn't you be excited about that? Who cares if it's one day at camp? It's better than having one day at camp where he goes, well, he's not ready or he's injured, and then we're sitting here questioning, did they make the right decision, and it becomes a thing all training camp long. This is one storyline that's been eliminated, and that's what you want to do in training camp and in spring training. You want to remove those storylines. You want to eliminate those storylines and just focus on the things that are occurring down there. And now for the Chiefs, Dusty, I don't know what the biggest storyline in camp is anymore. I just don't.
Left guard.
Maybe, yeah, but I mean, you know, Kingsley's playing there, Wanye's playing there. They're mixing guys in and out, doing their thing. Caliendo's backing up at center and guard. He's become a swing guy. Like, all of these narratives are gone. And you mentioned left guard. That's such a minor thing, you know? Like, that tells you where we are as a franchise. It's a great day that Josh Simmons is playing well.
Yeah, because he does something that makes Patrick Mahomes and I say, all we need, Patrick Mahomes and I need 2 seconds.
That's right.
That's all I need is 2 seconds more. And he can get that. Now, football also has amazing times in it with, like, quotes. And I don't know if you, did you hear Jameis Winston's over the weekend?
No.
Oh, boy.
How do you work that to try to
lessen turnover?
The biggest thing is just the decision making. Like, what is the decision? I'm not a outcome based quarterback. It's like, what is the decision? If I threw an interception, was the decision right? Right? If I threw an incompletion, was the decision right? And don't worry about the outcome. Sometimes the outcomes can overweigh a lot of the stuff, and people can have it. But what is my decision? If my decision is good, we can learn from that and we can grow from that.
I feel high. If I throw an interception, was the decision right? Clearly not.
Yeah, right. I mean, if it got picked off, you probably made the wrong decision.
Maybe it wasn't. I don't know. Jameis Winston, we are in training camp, and we've already got one quote so far.
Oh, God, I love him. I really do.
He's with the Giants, too.
Like when we had the scare last week with Justin Fields going down, right, because it carted off and all this nonsense that these
what
ball
do? Just
washers
like hurt his fingernail or
sprained
toenail?
his toe. Nothing big, but
running on the field the next day.
what, yeah, exactly. What gets clicked? Schefter saying carted off, or because
with a lower leg injury.
Yeah, with a lower leg injury. That's what they said. Carted off with a lower leg injury, right? Because that's again the ball washers of the NFL trying to get people to click and retweet and do all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, what it was a sore toe. But I'm like, well, if that is a carted off with a leg injury type thing, the Jets should trade for Jameis Winston. He's right there, man. I need more Jameis in my life.
No trading going on with the Royals outside of Randall Grutchick, and this was J.J. Piccolo on the trade.
Randall Grutchick was somebody we identified, even going back to the offseason. When you look at really valuable right-handed bats that really dominate left-handed pitching, he's one of the more elite guys in the game. So looking at our team, as it stood yesterday, we had a lot of left-handed hitting outfielders, some that are very young. So it felt like it was the right fit for us, and Arizona was ready to move him, and we were prepared to make the deal. So glad that he's here today. He got pulled from the game in Pittsburgh last night. Spoke to him probably 5 to 10 minutes after that and said, hey, look, if you can get here tomorrow, you're in the lineup tomorrow. And he got here pretty early. So we'll see what he's got today, but we're excited to have him.
Well, he got a base hit in his first at bat. So
Yeah,
of course,
absolutely.
Like 106 off the bat. But that was one of the news over the weekend. Obviously, it doesn't really move the needle or give you movement of excitement, I don't think, just because you're like, Grutchick, like that guy, like the old vet, 35, like he's joining the team. And then the news last night that breaks, Seth Lugo is going to be extended or is extended with the Royals organization. Look, there's many angles on this.
So
right?
many.
There's, this season they're just going to stay competitive. Maybe they get that edge. Reagans comes back, and then you're back to Reagans, Lugo, Waka, and Cameron. That's your rotation going into the playoffs. Bubic obviously down. We don't know what the Reagan story is going to be. We would think that maybe by the mid-August he's back if this team is still in contention. If they're not, I would just say shut him down for the season, which then brings you back to next year and that angle that maybe this is just, hey, we're really beat up right now, but we're still somewhat in contention. 4 games out, 8 out of the division. Randomly, it was like 14 like a week ago. They got
lost.
Who'd have thought Toronto would have the best record in baseball?
Well, I mean
that's weird.
They play great baseball, man. They really do. And if Alejandro Kirk isn't your favorite baseball player at this point in time, like short, fat guy, doing all those great things, like he should be every kid's idol, man. Like that Kirby Puckett was my idol, right? Short, fat kid playing center field, right? Alejandro Kirk should be every fat kid's idol right now.
Not Tony Gwynn?
No.
He was chubby a little bit.
He was, yes.
But no, I don't hate this move. I don't love the move, but I'm okay with the move. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of with you. I'm like, okay, this is a good move for 26, 27. What I really wanted to do, and we talked about this a little bit when you were gone last week, was we thought Lugo was going to make his last start in Chicago, and that was kind of where we were last week, right? He made his last start for the Royals in Chicago, and now you trade him and you get some bats to help you out. But then you start to have these injuries that have taken place in this rotation. And if you trade Seth Lugo, then now what are you going to do? Go get Dallas Keuchel down in the minor leagues and insert him into your rotation? That is a true waving of the white flag. Now, so what do you do, right? So I was all open to the fact of let's trade Lugo, get some bats back in return, and then re-sign Lugo in the offseason, right? Like you can do that. And that's what I thought the right move was going to be. Obviously, the Royals decided, you know what, Lugo wants to be here. Let's sign him up long-term, keep him in here for the next couple of years, but it removes a big trade chip from you. And you don't have enough right now to compete with at the minor league level. I mean, you got a handful of guys probably in this organization, and you're probably going to have to pay with Carter Jensen if you want to get better at the big league level. And maybe the Royals aren't willing to do that type of move to sacrifice going all in, if you will, this year. by trading one of the few players that they have that's a tradable commodity right now down in the minor leagues. And so they're going to look for other ways to go about adding backs. Randall Grichuk is one of those guys. We saw Adam Frazier added in last week. They're not household names. They're not needle movers, but they're professional bats. And that's really what we've needed in this lineup for quite some time now, is just guys to go up there and give you that professional at bat. When you have a runner on base, they know how to knock that guy in. And so maybe that's the MO that the Royals are going to take. Try to still compete and stay alive this way by, I don't want to use the term piecemealing it together, but finding veteran guys that you don't have to overspend for in collateral to potentially come in here and then truly address this position of need in the offseason. And maybe that's where a Chris Bubich trade potentially comes in.
Yeah, because this year kind of seems like last year. But it's like, you look at like Grichuk and Frazier, and it reminds you kind of like Tommy Pham, Gurriel, those type of guys that are veterans that can get hits in key situations. And then maybe that gets you over the hump of having a guy on at second with nobody out. If it's not Tyler Tolbert getting picked off at second, I about wrecked the car on the way home from the airport. I'm not kidding you. I mean, I literally. And he gets thrown out at second, and I'm like, this is what you cannot have. This is one of your key value things. And now the Royals, I think they've been thrown out 14 times on base, which is tied for the league lead.
Yeah.
Which is not a stat that this Royals team tends to be a part of.
Nope. Right?
Normally, base running, defense, and speed is what they excel in, which keeps them in games. That happened, then Jonathan India hits a home run. Could have been a walk-off slam, which would have been nuts. Either way, they did it. But the way that I look at what this is that this also gives you the idea that like players want to be in Kansas City.
Sure they do, yeah.
Michael Wacha came back. I know that maybe that doesn't move your needle either, where you're like, oh, Michael Wacha, 34-year-old vet, been okay this year.
Right.
Seth Lugo's coming back, didn't want to get traded. I don't know if he wanted to or not, but he's like, you know what, I'll stay here. I don't mind. I'll do it again. And now you have a team that, you know, is also looking at their pitching rotation going, we have Noah Cameron, who was not on the opening day roster.
Right.
Rich Hill, who was not on the opening day roster.
Or really even a thought of baseball at opening day.
He wasn't assigned to a team.
Right.
He got picked up by the Omaha Storm Chasers and pitched enough. Who knows? Maybe Dallas Keuchel will be here in a week.
That's right.
I don't know. But there's also the point of, like, you were also in a situation where, like, you couldn't really, like, the momentum shifted into Lugo's side, where it was like, I could get traded. I could have a really bad postseason or a really bad last 2 months of the season, and the money I get may not be there. Now, all of a sudden, I'm with the Royals, who are competitive, who have shown us that they want to win, who have shown us that they're giving out money with an owner that actually cares about his team. And I'm going to stick around. Plus, you didn't really have a whole lot of pitching on the roster. So if you did trade Lugo, then you are telling your entire town, your entire system, hey, we are dumping this season. It is over.
Right.
Because you don't have Reagan, you don't have Bubich, you don't have Lorenzen. Those are three guys that were on your opening day rotation. They're gone. And you have to have somebody on the mound to pitch for you. And it can't be Dallas Keuchel. It can't be Rich Hill. It's got to be somebody that can give you some sort of belief, because you're not out of it. You're 4 games out of the wild card. You're a game behind everybody in front of you. Just keep winning. You've won 2 series since the All-Star game. You could have won that one against Miami. Unfortunately, you didn't. Would have been a different story where we're at today. Could have been 3 to 2.5 out. But again, take care of business against a bad team against Atlanta.
Yeah, that's exactly
and
right.
there's 4 more days until the trade deadline.
Right. There's
Thursday
a lot to
at
do.
3.
Right. No, it's 6 o'clock, actually. It's
That's
late.
right, they
They moved
extended
it back.
it. Yeah,
which is cool. I like that. But I think when you look at what's going on with Seth Lugo, they probably also fielded a bunch of different offers and none of them are as good as, just re-signing Lugo and keeping him here. And they probably went to Lugo with a lot of different options. And they probably looked at him and goes, do you want to be here? He goes, yeah, let's just work out an extension. I mean, that could be something that they decided to do as well. But I really think it's guys wanting to be here in Kansas City, but also an owner that's willing to pay. And that's another thing that we're also learning to adjust to right now, because for an entire generation, we had David Glass, who wouldn't pay for anybody to be in Kansas City for the most part, right? And now we're seeing guys extended early. We're seeing the Bobby Witt contract. And so if you're one of these fence sitters on John Sherman, or for whatever reason don't like John Sherman as the owner of this franchise, I hate to tell you, you're wrong. I mean, and I will say your opinion of John Sherman, if it's negative and that he's not the right guy, is a wrong opinion, because we're seeing all of this stuff that John Sherman is doing for this franchise with the Bobby Witt extension, signing Michael Wacha, getting Seth Lugo in here. People forget, too, when John Sherman took over, he told Dayton Moore, go spend money so people know that I'm willing to spend money. And that's when they had Santana and those guys, and the pandemic hit, and so all that kind of went south. But John Sherman is a guy who's willing to invest into this franchise and willing to spend money for this franchise. And that should be, to me, the number one thing that I take away from this is that John's writing checks, man. He's He's getting ready to announce a new stadium. He's getting ready to write checks for players. Like, it's everything that we've wanted in an owner, and we should all be excited as Royals fans. You may not like the move on the surface because you wanted to trade him to get a bat, but on the other hand is John Sherman continues to invest in players in this organization, and that's what we've wanted all along for our team.
And who's to say they're not done, right?
One word.
First name is Blake, and he goes on a cruise. He goes on a Caribbean cruise.
Katie Holmes.
No. Ah!
Are you listening?
What's your least favorite thing about working with yourself?
Body odor.
You get one word.
On the count of 3, name your favorite dinosaur. 1, 2, 3. Velociraptor.
This is One Word on Fescoe and Dusty.
Take it away, Nathan.
Guys, we'll start right there with the Seth Lugo extension. You mentioned that might not be waving of the white flag. Give me one word on what the extension now says about the Royals' approach to the trade deadline.
You want me to go first?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the right word to use. I'm confused. That's why. I don't know. If somebody were to tell me right now what is the Royals' approach, I'm confused is what it is, because it looks like they're in it for 26 and 27, but not for 25 because you didn't trade your best asset for what you need today. Long term, I guess you could say.
My one word would be belief. That this team believes in what it has, the core that it has established, because how many years that the Royals had, they're just pitching, development and pitching. They brought in a new regime, gutted out the old regime, and now all of a sudden they're able to develop pitchers and bring out betterness in these pitchers. It shows me that there is belief. They're not going anywhere. They do believe in this year as well as the next few years, but they believe in this team with Lugo coming back. You know, I saw over the weekend there were reports that Michael Garcia was potentially shopped in New York.
Yeah, him for Jason Dominguez is one of those rumors.
Bubich to Chicago. None of that, right? None of that was there. And like that one clown said earlier in the year that the Mets and Lugo were going to get traded.
Yeah.
Lugo got extended, and J.J. Picola put his pinky out on his Cabernet and said, hold my beer, we're not quite done yet. To think that this team can't get to that point this season, I don't know, man. But look, they're hovering around 500. They're 4 games out of the wild card. They're a game behind, a game and a half behind everybody in front of them. Gear up, because I don't think they're done yet. So I think there's a lot of belief in the Lugo's extension right before the trade deadline, which you said is Thursday at 6 o'clock. So keep your eyes posted. Watch out for Hugs and see if the Royals are the name that comes up.
Something that could prevent a run late in the season. Dusty, you brought this up a second ago. The Royals have ran into 14 outs on the bases. This is not caught stealing. They have ran into 14 additional outs. Yeah, being picked off on the bases.
Tolbert, I think, is 4 of them.
Leads the major leagues, tied for the lead. Give me one word about the Royals base running in 2025.
Stinky.
BBL.
Yeah, BBL stinky. There's no question about that. I mean, like when you're a small market club, small revenue club, however you want to describe these ball clubs these days, those are the things that you pride yourself on. Those are the things you can control. You can't mess those up. You got to be better on defense, and you really got to be better on the base pass.
Yeah, I mean, it's disappointing because it's not you. It's something else. Like, it's always been speed, defense, base running, and seeing that play. Now, luckily, India, picked him up, and that's good to see, but that can't happen. Like, you
can't run into outs.
Because you lose the bunt with Mize up to bat. You lose the opportunity of getting that run in and tying it, and then Jonathan India gets dinner for free for the next few, nights from Tyler Tolbert. But it's inexcusable as a word, disappointing, uncharacteristic. It's just, I don't know, maybe it's a Tolbert thing, maybe it's a Michael Garcia thing. I don't know what it is, but it's happening way too much, and it shouldn't be because it's ruining runs.
Yeah, I think uncharacteristic is where I was leaning as well with that one. Ichiro Suzuki, amongst others, went into the Hall of Fame yesterday, where I know we're going to get into some of his quips later in the show today. One word, guys, on the one voter that decided to make Ichiro a non-unanimous selection.
Ass. That guy's an ass. And Ichiro called him out during his speech, which was fantastic. I mean, how do you go to bed at night as a baseball writer of America? Right? Like, that's an alleged honor because you don't know how to dress and you spill stuff all over yourself and you write about baseball for an antiquated newspaper. But yet we revere these guys. And you didn't vote for Ichiro Suzuki to go to the Hall of Fame and you're the only one who didn't do it? Ass.
Yeah, I think Man, I want to say I believe there's probably like slight racism there because he's the first Japanese baseball player ever in the MLB Hall of Fame. There'll be another one in 10 years. He plays for the Dodgers. But I also want to say it's ridiculous. I mean, I can play you the quote that he said where he called the guy out. It's great. We can play it later on in the show, but it's...
Baseball taught me what it means to be a professional. And I believe that is the main reason I am here today. Not because my skills are better than others. 3,000 hits or 262 hits in one season are achievements recognized by the writers. Well, all but one of you. And by the way, the offer for that writer to have dinner at my home has now expired.
I love that part. There's the new drop for the show.
Yeah.
That take has expired. So, yeah, good for Ichiro. I did make sure to watch that. I missed CC's.
CC was good, too.
Yeah. He just always killed us. And I was so glad when he went to Milwaukee and became a power hitter. But no, it was one word for the writer. I mean, Richard. I mean, come on, right? Like it happened to Griffey, it happened to George, it happened to it
happened to Jeter, it happened to Robin Yount. Like
there's always one man. There's just that
one guy,
which I think you should be. Come out and show yourself.
Yeah, and tell us why. Explain exactly.
Well, he didn't play his whole career here. Fine.
So what?
I'll take it. At least you put your face out there and said it. That's great. I can disagree with it, but at least I can respect you for being like, I stand on this business, and this is where I stand.
Yeah, but that guy, you don't even know who it is. And
we never will.
No, what a coward.
Two more for you guys. One word on the the storm that's currently forming, the rumors that are swirling about Deion Sanders and possible health issues leading to him stepping down at Colorado.
Yeah, we're going to have a press conference later on today. It's been called. They announced it, I think, on Saturday. The Deion and his medical team were going to address the media today in Boulder, Colorado. And so scary is the word I use because I'm thinking about Deion's health here and all the stuff that he's going to go through. He was talking about making his will the other day, which... 57 years old with all that. He probably should have had a will a long time ago. I'm not here to give you legal advice, but I mean, it's just scary, man. Like Deion was one of those guys that we all grew up watching. Everybody loved Deion. He was a hero to all of us, man. A guy who played football and baseball, was a special athlete. I love what he's done in Colorado. So scary for me with this one.
Yeah, it's interesting, man, because I don't know the severity of it. They're going to have a press conference today. Like, we could literally be at 12 o'clock today hearing that Colorado and Deion Sanders has stepped down as head coach because of his injuries. And I know there will be a lot of people that will say, well, his son's gone and Heisman Trophy winner's gone. But when you see the video of him sitting on a hospital bed going, damn, I need to make a will. That hit me hard. Like, that's one of those things where, like, life fast, right? Like, it's shocking, I think would be my word, because I thought he would eventually, get past his son and all that being there. But from what we played earlier this morning between us, like seeing him on that hospital bed in full tears and thinking about what his life will be like once he's gone, not gone as a head coach, but gone as a body on earth and into a soul. Like, it's one of those things. It's really interesting, man, because it's Deion. It's an iconic athlete who's everywhere, and there will be two different storylines. Oh, he's, faking it, and then there's going to be other people like, I hope he's okay. But it sounds like they're going to have
people who are going to come out and say he's faking this thing. Like,
you'll see it.
I mean, I know we will. Yeah. Believe me, I know we will.
Oh, yeah.
But if you're one of those people who are going to say he's faking an injury if he has to walk away or faking health issues to walk away, you're a fool, man. Like, that's one thing you don't mess with, right? You never claim something's wrong with your health because I don't know about you. I'm a karma guy, right? He's the guy in the Chiefs. And also the guy in Happy Gilmore too, Brittany. We'll get to that. But for me, like you don't mess with that kind of stuff. You don't announce health issues if you don't have health issues. That is a Richard move. And so the people who think he's going to be doing this just to find a way to get out of Colorado without having his son and Travis Hunter, the conspiracy theory people out there, they stink, man.
No doubt. Happy Gilmore 2 did drop over the weekend, or I guess Friday, whenever you got it. I won't spoil it, but we'll give out some stuff that we thought was interesting of the movie because, of course, there were people that hated it, and I don't understand why.
It's the people who don't like Josh Simmons.
96.5 The Fan, you're home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for Royals baseball. 96.5, The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, as we head into the fall, you want to be able to go out there and do all of those great fall-time activities, and for the rest of summer as well. You want to go out there and play golf. It's going to be great at the end of the week. You want to get outside and do things, but if your knee, your hip, your shoulder pain isn't getting any better, you're thinking to yourself, what am I going to do? If you're stuck in a cycle of steroid shots and now they're talking about surgery, let's hit the pause button for a second. I want to tell you about something that's helped a lot of people get their lives back without more meds and without undergoing the knife. It's QC Kinetics. They're the leaders in regenerative medicine, using treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. And we're not masking the pain. This goes to the root of the problem. Their cellular treatments contain growth factors and healing properties to maximize your own body's ability to heal itself. And we have real results to let you move easier and live better. A licensed medical provider will go over your x-rays and a second opinion or your MRIs and see if you're a good fit for these breakthrough treatments. So call QC Kinetics today, 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. 816-412-6299.
At CertaPro Painters, we know that a happy place comes in many colors, like ones that inspire a sense of wonder, or a new flavor that makes life just a little bit sweeter, or one to celebrate those moments that lift you to new heights. With thousands of 5-star reviews, you can trust us to bring happiness home. CertaPro Painters. That's painting happy. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Contractor license and registration information is available at CertaPro.com.
Today, we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not. There's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission: to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
We're definitely going to be late for kickoff. We should be at the game by now.
I'm just taking a little detour. I've got to fill up my gas tank, and I know this place a couple of towns over where the gas is cheaper.
Are you serious? We missed tailgating because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas. Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is the free cashback app that gets you real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, I can get cash back just for buying the gas I need anyway?
Yes, I use it all the time, and I made around $200. Now pull over so you can download the Upside app before we miss the whole first quarter.
Football fans, download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SEASON25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or as a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SEASON25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SEASON25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code SEASON25.
It's funny how one little light can stall out your entire day. I was already running behind, and now this, the check engine light. So I reached out to my go-to problem solver. Dad, check engine light. What do? He didn't miss a beat. Take it to Telly, he said. So I did. When I got there, they didn't just fix my car. They fixed my day. They were quick, clear, and took care of everything. Next time my car glitches out, I'm heading for Telly. Don't let that little light be game over. Take it to Telly.
Learn more about becoming a sharper, safer hunter or outdoors person with the Missouri Department of Conservation Lake City Shooting Range and Outdoor Education Center. Regardless of your experience, we can help you master firearms and archery, as well as map and compass, wildlife identification, and many other skills. Open every Wednesday through Sunday in Blue Springs. Learn more at mdc.mo.gov/Lake City. Brought to you by the Missouri Department of Conservation.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
470 westbound, very heavy coming out of the 350 interchange, just crawling all the way out past Raytown Road with construction down to just the left lane getting by, and things are slow over 4 miles. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Back in on a Monday, a little after 7:45 here on Fescoe and Dusty with Nathan with you as well. Another guy getting hitched.
Congratulations.
Now it's just down to me, Carrington, and Gold. Who'd have thought?
Yeah.
Everyone.
Alex Gold is the thirst trap of the station. There's no doubt about that.
I thought it was Mac. Weren't we saying earlier?
Well,
that
he's
Mac's
Puppy
getting
Chow.
the-
No,
Oh, okay.
Cougar Chow. That's what we call
Okay.
it. Yeah.
And he's locked up.
Yeah.
He's got a contract. Well, yes and no.
Yeah.
But yes. So I don't know how many people out there have watched it yet, but Happy Gilmore 2 is available on Netflix.
Mm-hmm.
I found it to be wholesome, fun, nostalgic, and par for the course, no pun intended.
Right. I mean, I don't know what the expectation was for a lot of people going into this movie, right? Were you expecting it to be Casablanca? Were you expecting it to be, one of the great movies of all time? If that's what you were expecting, then you had the wrong expectation going into it. If you were expecting fun, a little slapstick, some great cameos, and just a fun, feel-good, remind you of 30 years ago type of movie, it delivered on everything. And I was telling you kind of this morning, it reminded me of Coming to America 2, right? Where it kind of had everything that you wanted in the movie and, tied up all your loose ends and did the whole 9 yards and whatnot. I liked it because I was looking at it from a father's perspective of Adam Sandler doing everything he can to help his kid, get to that dance competition that she needed to get to. And I love that. I thought that was really cool, kind of heartwarming to the whole thing. I thought the cameos were a lot of fun. I thought the movie, it was just a fun movie, man. Like when you sit down and watch a movie, that's what I want. That's what I need in a movie. We were watching it at the lake this weekend at Tammy's Lake House. Great song we wrote about Tammy's Lake House, too, by the way. And we're all sitting around, a bunch of adults, all of us close to 50 watching and laughing and having a good time. And at one point, my friend Ryan's girlfriend goes, God, that guy looks really familiar. Yeah, that's Travis Kelce, Brittany.
You put that juju on me on Speethy?
And so that became kind of the joke of the whole thing is like, oh my God, that's Travis Kelce. But I thought he was great in it, right? Like Travis was really fun. The whole thing was it was just so much fun, man.
How many golfers did you recognize?
A lot of them, but then I went back and looked at like ESPN did a breakdown of everybody who had a cameo in the movie from a sports perspective, which was fun to look at. And I missed a couple. I Gary Player, I think.
Really?
I think I missed Gary Player being in there. I don't know how I did that, but I'm used to seeing him naked, I guess, in the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue. But I missed Gary Player in that, and then I think I missed Nancy Lopez as well. Was another one of the golfers that I missed.
Did you see Paige Sporanic?
No, where was she? That was the other one. I totally missed her too.
She's the Dick's Sporting Goods girl.
Oh, okay.
You're like, yep, now
okay.
makes sense.
Yeah,
In
all
fact,
right.
Binkley went to Dick's Sporting Goods
Thinking she was here.
thinking that she works there now. But I thought the golfers' reaction to the film was great.
A little different, out of our element a little bit.
Yeah, very much out of our element.
Pandemonium, I think, is the best way to describe it.
First time in a movie. Here we are. How can you not do it, man? That was about as good as that's going to get. That's what I'm talking about. Wait, I'm actually here doing this movie.
I'm excited to make history again. Hell yeah.
But it's like you run into it and then you hit it. Much prefer, I think normal golf's a lot easier.
Scottish? At least we're playing ourselves. It makes it a lot easier. This is going to be so ridiculous. Pretty dang cool to see.
And this scene we're shooting is pretty wild.
Your request on the set. Okay, we'll be there.
A bunch of lunatics.
Oh, I remember all my lines.
I'm not sure exactly how I got cast, but I thought it was pretty fun.
I get like goosebumps and almost a little choked up thinking about it.
That was sick. That was so sick.
Y'all just stay tuned.
I had lines, baby. Don't want to miss this. This is pretty cool.
And I thought it was funny because really the movie, to not give away any spoilers, is a shot at Liv. 100%.
Oh, a huge shot at Liv, no doubt.
The cameos are great.
Yep.
I thought one of the more underrated parts that I didn't know, because anytime I saw something on Twitter coming back home, I just ignored it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to tell you what role he plays, but Eminem is fantastic.
Very good, yeah.
He was great. Bobin, I think that's his name, the tall, like, ogre basketball player. He plays a great role, which is nostalgia for Happy Gilmore, the first one. Bad Bunny's great.
Bad Bunny was really good.
He's great. He kind of almost steals the show.
Yep. I thought the Scotty Scheffler stuff was outstanding as well, making fun of the arrest and all of that was great.
It was great. I thought the movie was it's exactly what it should have been. I know there was a lot of people that were like hating on it. I don't understand.
Of course.
It's fine. It's whatever if you didn't like it. It's not like it was Space Jam 2 where it was like kind of a completely different film but with like modern technology. It was actually kind of like the same film, but they put in so many cameos and so many one-liners and so many stories behind the scenes that maybe you didn't know, like Freddie Couples Loves Sweets, apparently, and they played that out.
Mm-hmm.
Christopher McDonald reprised his role as Shooter McGavin, which I thought was, you live long enough to become the villain or you die a hero.
That's right, and he dies a hero,
It's,
Steve Buscemi's back in it,
John Daly was great.
John Daly was fantastic.
John Daly played the exact role that I thought if you'd have told me which John Daly's role, I'd have been like, probably this guy that's just, a has-been that gives a bunch of just pointless advice, but you love to hear it. It's exactly what that part was.
Yep.
Adam Sandler was good. It's a really good movie, good music, classic, rock music for Adam Sandler.
It was perfect.
And again, I know that there's people out there like Spectre gave it a B+, Rob Britton gave it a B. I think that's where it sits. To me, if I gave it an overall grade, it's a B. It passes easily. It's not going to blow you away, but it's going to give you an hour and 45 minutes to sit back, relax, laugh, smile, have a few tears at times, and just enjoy. It was a good movie, and I think you would have probably been annoyed with me watching it because I'm sitting here going, Spieth, Xander Schauffele, that's Morikawa. I'm just nailing all these golfers. Jim Furyk, right out of the jump, I'm like, that's Jim Furyk flipping off the plane. I'm like, it was good. It was fine, and I thought it was a good movie that we should have seen. And since it was so many cameos, I asked the question to you in the text line, if you could be a cameo in any type of movie, what would you be?
That kind of movie.
You'd be a sports movie?
Yeah, the sports movie, a Happy Gilmore, a slapstick comedy, a Major League, something of that nature. Those are the type of movies that I love. I mean, again, this one hit me perfect. It had all the feels in it too. I talked about even getting kind of a little emotional with Adam Sandler, doing the things for his daughter. I'm like, I know what that's like. I get that feel, and so I'm kind of living it through the father side of things. I'm living it through the ha ha ha. I'm still a 25-year-old ha 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 having a good time, slapstick comedy type stuff. Like it literally gave me everything that I wanted. You don't get lost in the plot, obviously. It's not an A. We're not going to sit here and say it's an A+ movie, but for the way that I look at movies, it gave me everything that I wanted. My expectation going in was I want to laugh, I want to have some fun, I want to see Travis Kelce, I want to see some cool cameos, and it literally lived up to everything I possibly wanted it. And then you're right. Then you get on X, of course, as you always do. People are complaining about Josh Simmons on X, and people complain about all things life when it comes to social media, and
that's
then you
what
see
she
people,
said.
and then you see people complain about that, which was a great I mean, you're doing that's what she said jokes in the movie
that don't make sense.
That don't make any sort of sense whatsoever. But 17 Surfsides into the night or Cayman Jacks, depending on what you drink. Nobody knew exactly what was going on anyway at that point in time. So we were all laughing, but it was great. It was fun to watch as a group. It was fun to watch with people that kind of all watched the original when we were all very young, and now here we are 30 years later enjoying it again. Like it was awesome. I suggest everybody watch
From
it.
the text line, there were 74 total cameos.
That's a hell of a number, man. That's great.
I also love that they played into topics that had happened before in golf, like Will Zalatoris being the caddy when he was in the first movie. It's like, that they played into that as well. They gave so much stuff. Adam Sandler with all the different drinking devices that he has.
Yeah.
It's just hilarious.
Yeah.
And I thought it was wholesome. I thought it was fun. I thought most people have seen Happy Gilmore, the first one.
Yeah.
When I was on the plane, I thought I had it downloaded, but something went wrong, so I couldn't watch it. So I just went back to the Quarterback season 2 or whatever the season it is. And I noticed when I got to use the restroom, there were people of all ages, from I would say 13 to 60, all on their tablets or their cell phones watching Happy Gilmore.
Happy Gilmore. Yep.
It does it for you, is what I would say.
Yeah.
I don't know if I could be a cameo in any movie. It'd be like a like a scary movie.
Oh,
but
scary.
like a funny one.
Oh, like scary date movie?
Yeah, like Scary Movie, the ones they did with the Wayans brothers.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
have like a funny cameo where like you're just this off the wall guy that gets murdered in a weird way. You shouldn't go in there. Then you go in there and you come back. I don't know. It's just something like that. But the cameos are great.
Vern Lundquist was great too. It was so good to see Vern.
Malone was great.
Yeah, Post Malone was
Omar
awesome.
Gosh.
I mean, you could just like literally everybody. If you're famous and you didn't have a cameo in this movie, you have to start going like, "What did I do wrong here? How come I wasn't included in this thing?"
Yeah, from the night. Go ahead.
No, I say, and he also does what he does all the time too. People complain about it, but his friends are in every movie, and I think that's really cool as well. Like Kevin Nealon being in this thing too.
Is there a question there?
Kevin Nealon was perfect for that role.
Yeah, Vern was great.
Vern Lundquist was so good. It was so good to see Vern back, man.
And then the text line from the 913, Bad Bunny was easily the standout in the movie. It was hilarious.
He was great.
I love my job.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Grizzly Adams did have a beard. So all those, there's old stuff that gets brought back into the new stuff, and then there's stuff that you've probably seen from if you follow the tour a lot, that's there. And now I think on the Breaking 50 with Bryson DeChambeau, who was also in the movie, we'll have Adam Sandler this week on his YouTube channel.
Oh, nice.
Breaking 50, so that should be great. I'll take a half lemonade, half tea. And Arnold Palmer?
Yeah,
no, I'm Jack Nicklaus.
Jack-
Shout out Travis Kelce for his role. So coming up on the other side, this guy will continue to preach that they are America's team, but we really know who it is. That is next on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports. I'm just nailing all these golfers.
Hey, it's Matt Quattrero, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Why buy your next vehicle at New Century Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Paola? Simple. Honest guys that don't need to add big city overhead into the price. Search New Century Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram to see the complete inventory.
Tiger, Dragon, do you have what it takes to win? Be fierce like the tiger, strong like the dragon. Only the brave will survive.
Yeah, that's not how these games work. With Tiger and Dragon from the Kansas Lottery, you can win up to $125,000 or $100K in a second chance drawing.
You are weak.
Ouch. It's not a video game. It's better. Play Tiger and Dragon instant games from the Kansas Lottery.
Let's play.
Yeah, that works. See kslottery.com for details.
It's time to build that dream deck over at All Weather Decks. Schedule a free estimate today at 913-206-1974 or online at allweatherdecks.net. All Weather Decks, the right deck at the right price.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-518-9137. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-518-9137. 800-518-9137. 800-518-9137.
Need to sell your house in Kansas City but not sure where to start? Selling a home can feel overwhelming, especially if you're facing foreclosure, a divorce, an inherited property you don't want, or just need to move quickly. But you don't have to figure it out alone. Rex Buys KC is here to help. As a local home buyer, I understand the Kansas City market inside and out. My family and I live right here, so I know the neighborhoods, the trends, and the challenges homeowners face. That's why I take a consultative approach, helping you explore your options and find the best path forward. We buy houses in any condition, no need for repairs, no agent commissions, and no hidden fees. You'll receive a fair cash offer with a closing timeline that works for you. Whether that's in as little as 7 days or at your own pace, just a simple, hassle-free process designed around your needs. If you're ready to talk through your options, call me today at 816-330-6000 or visit rexbuyskc.com. Let's find the right solution for you. Rex Buys KC. Local, fair, and focused on you.
This report is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Gann Asphalt and Concrete. One contractor, all things parking lot. Missouri side, 470 westbound. Really a headache this morning. You're hitting delays at 350. Just crawls out past Raytown Road, getting into a construction zone with only the left lane getting by. It's over 4 miles of traffic that's mostly just crawling. The world's coming to Kansas City, and 2026 is your parking lot ready. Faded lines, potholes, unsafe sidewalks. Gann Asphalt and Concrete is your winning team. One contractor, all things parking lot. Visit GannAsphalt.com today. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
You're listening to the all-new 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports. KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Eight o'clock on a Monday. We're all back together. Well, minus Mac. Nathan in town today and tomorrow. Glad to have you. Already got a new drop. I'm nailing all these golfers. Never know. Always watch your rear. That's what they say in Richie Rich. Great movie.
Sorry, I'm not paying attention. I'm looking at this direct message that you have sent me.
The two
Branson couple has been arrested after authorities say they secretly lived in the attic space of a local Walmart for more than 2 years. I'm going to retweet this. They look like people who live in the attic of a Walmart in Branson. According to police, Todd McAllister, 47, and Jessica Reams, 45, had been residing in a makeshift living area tucked inside the store's attic above the garden center and automotive section.
That's right.
The discovery came after an HVAC contractor responding to a routine maintenance issue stumbled upon what he described as a fully lived-in campsite, complete with a mattress, battery-powered lantern, storage bin full of clothes, and even a working hot plate.
There it is.
So they could have burned the whole place down.
That's right.
And then you see the picture of these two winners. I mean, it's unbelievable. You couldn't have come up with drawings better than what these people look like in real life. How much meth has this guy done?
The world's amount. He looks like Marv when he gets shocked by the washer.
Yes, and she looks like she put tattoos on herself with a Bic pen.
No, she looks like she still thinks the Insane Clown Posse is still a
That's
band.
right. Yeah.
She is definitely a juggalette for sure there, man. That is... You can go to Fescoe's Twitter or X page.
Oh,
He's
my
retweeted.
God.
That's what happens when you just stumble upon the internet. But no, Jerry Jones, also living in a Walmart attic, still believes that the Cowboys are America's team because Jason Garrett squashes believe Jerry Jones is using Micah Parsons for ESPN attention. Okay. Well, TJ Watt got signed, right? Myles Garrett got signed. The next DN to get signed, which probably
George Karlaftis got signed.
I would assume that Trey Hendrickson will get signed before Micah Parsons gets signed.
Yeah.
Jerry Jones just will always try to be the circus head man, the what do you call him?
The carnival barker.
Barnaby, or whatever.
Barnum and Bailey, yes. He's modern day P.T. Barnum.
But we know he's not America's team because we know who is America's team because primetime would allow us to believe that, right?
That's right.
8 games to start the season. 5 of them prime time for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Right. And Jerry Jones, at the end of the week called him Michael Parson and then, was into it, I guess, yesterday again as he was at training camp and people are chanting, sign Micah, sign Micah, sign Micah. And Jerry Jones responds back and says, Micah has to want to be signed. Huh. So now it's on the player, right? This is what we're doing. And I was reading something the other day about, I think it was Scotty Scheffler, and he said he would be willing to trade one of his majors for the Cowboys to win a Super Bowl, right? And you think about Scotty Scheffler, like, oh, he's 29 years old. Yeah, he's never seen the Cowboys win a championship because it's been 30 years since the Cowboys were a relevant franchise. And
hasn't seen him win a playoff game.
Yeah, right. And so he's willing to trade one of his majors. And I thought about that. I'm like, that's a sicko right there. I wouldn't be willing to trade anything for something like that. But also it goes to show you that's the only way that Scotty Scheffler has confidence that his football team can do anything if he makes a deal with the devil and trades one of his major championships for the Cowboys to go out there and win Lombardi because he doesn't have faith in the organization itself. And you shouldn't have faith in the organization itself. You know, Jerry Jones is going to continue to go out there and just be on TV and loves the spotlight. You know, more and more people are saying, as you mentioned with Jason Garrett, talking about the spotlight too. And, you know, he'd rather be on, you know, TV than win a Super Bowl. I think, you know, who was the guy that we were going to have on at the Super Bowl? Was a writer for ESPN and Kevin,
Never heard of him.
Kind of more of an analytical guy. I think his first name was Kevin, but anyway, he's an ESPN guy, and he said that he does believe that Jerry Jones, if they said to him, "You can win a Super Bowl, but you have to give up publicly speaking to the media every week," Jerry Jones wouldn't accept that offer. He'd rather speak in front of the media than win a championship. It's hard to debate that. It really is. It's hard to argue that, because he makes so many of these bad decisions and he just continues to alienate his player. If I'm Micah Parsons at the end of this season, man, I'm playing this thing out and I'm hitting the free agent market, man. Go ahead and franchise tag me. I'm not playing under your franchise tag.
Just get out of Dallas. You can come to Kansas City if you'd like.
Yeah.
Feel free. That's an actual winning team, because you look at what the Chiefs' schedule is to start the season, right? Like, you look at what really sells, and it's obviously the Kansas City Chiefs, because Warren Sharp tweets this out. The Chiefs are the first team in NFL history to receive 5 primetime games in their first 8 weeks of the season. Friday in Brazil, the first real NFL game, that's primetime.
Yep.
The Giants on Sunday Night Football, for some reason, it's Mahomes' first time in the second time in the Meadowlands, right? He played in the Jets a couple years. No, yeah, he was on that in that Jets game a couple years ago. We were at the Hollywood Casino watching that. Jacksonville Monday Night Football, sweet. Detroit Sunday Night Football, that's week 6, and then week 8 Washington Monday Night Football here in Kansas City, and then week 9 the Bills and Chiefs will be on CBS. Not a primetime game, but
might as well be. The CBS won't have any other games.
Nobody's
that day.
watching that one. So I mean, you look at this, and they also play on Thanksgiving and Christmas, and they have another Sunday Night Football game throughout the season. So yes, 5 primetime games in the first 8 weeks, and then 3 more throughout the rest of the season. Back when it used to be, you get 6. That's it.
That was it, yeah.
Now you get 9 or 10, doesn't matter. We want to put the selling product on the field.
Right, and the Chiefs will play in every primetime game, every standalone game until they're not, the team that is out there getting all the television ratings right now. That's what everybody wants to watch. And now with the emergence of Josh Simmons in the first day with pads on, like everything is moving in the right direction. I think there was a moment yesterday where the television networks kind of were like Mr. Burns, like, ooh, when they saw that Josh Simmons was healthy, and the rest of the National Football League went, oh my God, the Chiefs have done it again. I mean, they continue to find ways to get better when nobody thinks they're going to get better, and everybody thinks they're going to be washed, and it's not going to be their year, and it's going to be, the year for the Broncos or whatever other AFC team you want to put in the mix to win, this thing. And the Chiefs just solidified their biggest talking point from February 15th on was that there was nobody to play left tackle, and the first training camp practice in full pads, they roll it out there, and Josh Simmons is passing off, defenders and picking up blocks and doing everything, and there's nobody battling him for that left tackle spot, but yet there's 3 people battling for the right tackle spot. And so now all of a sudden, people are waking up around the NFL world and going, okay, the Chiefs are officially back. It's time to go and find a way to stop the Chiefs again. They solved their biggest weakness in one pick of a draft that every other team passed up on.
And it's funny when you read the comments to like some of these, to the tweet that Warren Sharp had sent out. The first one is just the Taylor effect. The second one is NFL giving them the max they can. They'd give them a primetime spot every week if they could.
Right.
The next response is as they should. And then the next spot, we will not be watching.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, you will.
Yeah, you will.
100%.
Yeah. The Taylor effect is something that obviously is an impact. There's no doubt about it. But it's not bringing you 35 million people to the television set every Sunday to watch the Chiefs. And that's what they're getting. They're getting between 25 and 35 million people every single time the Chiefs are playing on TV. Yeah, there's a little bit of a bump there for Taylor. There's no question about it. But people are still tuning in to see. Yeah, right, absolutely. But people are still tuning in to see Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce and Xavier Worthy and, all these guys that they have, these superstar players. We're still tuning in to watch all of that. And then there is the ancillary folks that are tuning in to watch Taylor Swift. But I don't think that Taylor Swift is going to be as big in year 3 as it was in day 1 when everybody was tuning in to see Taylor Swift. She's now somebody that we just know is going to be there.
Right. Somebody says, isn't it funny that the Super Bowl replay is not a primetime game? A little bit. But again, I don't think it needs to be. I think people will still gravitate towards that game to see what this matchup will look like. And then you get the text line from the 913, Chiefs are America's team, ? Maybe the ref's favorite team. Ha. Go Bills, suck it.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Well,
great. How are the Bills doing in the playoffs against the Chiefs? I mean, like I understand that Jimmy Gaffney's probably tweeting that in, go Bills, suck it. But, I mean, you don't have the bragging rights.
Regular season bragging rights.
Sure.
It's just crazy to me that we are already, at this point in the season where we have a football game on Thursday night that starts off everything. And then what? Not this weekend, but next weekend, August 9th, I believe, the Kansas City Chiefs will play their first preseason game. Is that right?
Yeah.
And then we have the second day of full pads, which is where Cody and Gold will be today broadcasting live in St. Joe. Take your water, boys. How many over-under water bottles Alex Gold drinks stay in St. Joe? I'm going to say 2.5.
Oh, what size bottle are we talking about?
I don't know. I feel like he'll just have a Propel bottle.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go under.
Under
because Alex doesn't like sweating,
No.
So he'll stand in front of a fan and stay as cool as he possibly
They
can.
got fans down there now?
Well, I think they're in that same tent that we were in years past that got struck by lightning every year when Josh and I were out there getting soaked. I would say, and we weren't soaking, but I mean, it was raining through and lightning, and so we were like in this little corner of the tent hoping to be alive. It had fans.
Yeah, it's nice. I think Mac and I'll be down there this Saturday. If you want to come down there and check out camp, I believe him and I will be doing
He's
a show.
already up there.
Yeah,
he moved into Binkley's house. It's training camp time.
Yeah, he moved into the old Uncle D's in the attic space. He's got a battery-powered lantern, a hot pad, all that sort of stuff. So can't
Mac
wait for
and
that.
Binkley are living in the abandoned Uncle D's, getting ready for camp.
That's right. And that guy's nub is still there as he drinks beer and smokes a cigarette. Don't forget, Joy 96.5 The Fan live at Hollywood Casino on Friday, August 8th. Cody and Gold plus The Drive will be broadcasting live from the Sportsbook inside Hollywood Casino. We'll be registering fans to win a signed Chiefs Charles and Minihue football and plus a pair of tickets to Chiefs Colts. Be sure to follow Hollywood Casino on Facebook, Instagram, X, and enter the giveaway on August 7th for a chance to win $100 pen cash on August 8th every hour from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Have you ever loved anything, either of you guys, or text line? Anybody can wait. Have you ever loved anything as much as Jay Binkley loved towers of beer at Uncle D's?
Yes, Sophie Cunningham's T-shirt from this week.
That was very good.
Hot girls eat at Arby's.
Who's going to Arby's today, right?
I will.
I can't imagine the uptick that Arby's is going to have at their drive-thru today.
Got to get my Sophie Cunningham interview for the show in the future because I want to know what her order is at Arby's. Curly fries,
Vern's coming up. We can ask him what his order would be at Arby's.
Right. We'll have Vern on today at 9 o'clock, I believe. No, next segment. We'll have
segment,
Vern on where we get to talk about the Royal Blues, the Royal Trades, and all that sort of stuff. Coming up, it's my guy, Josh Vernier, and everybody's guy, our Royals Insider next on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty. Make sure to follow us on Instagram @TheFan965 for behind-the-scenes content from the show. Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health. And if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At Heartland Men's Health, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
Hey there, Royals fans. It's Royals Hall of Famer Mike Sweeney. Have you or your kids experienced a high school coach who wants to make our Kansas City community a better place to live, work, and play? The Royals and the See You in the Major Leagues Foundation, together with Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Kansas City, are shining a spotlight on 6 impactful coaches in the KC metro area. Nominate a high school coach today at royals.com Verizon.com/coaches with character.
At Verizon, lock in a low price on the best 5G in Kansas City and be the best you. Check where your ride is for your trip into the office. Get that almost impossible dinner reservation and save big with Verizon while you do it all. Switch today and pay $50 a month for a single line. That's right, just $50 a month when you bring in your phone on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Stop by your nearest Verizon store today. $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on root metrics root score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start August 13th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size, because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group. GimmeTheVin.com's big cash giveaway. I hate games and scams. So when we had the idea to give away $25,000, I was very careful about the way it was orchestrated. Get the top of the market money and enter to be the lucky person to get $25,000. This is no joke. This is no game. This is very real. Just like GimmeTheVin.com.
No purchase necessary. For official rules, go to GimmeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side 470 westbound. You hit heavy stuff coming out of the 350 interchange. You're just crawling at best out past Raytown Road. Multiple accidents reporting in the backup. Construction got you down to just the left lane getting by, and things are very slow. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Welcome back to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Long-time listener and supporter of you because you tell it like it is.
Here's our Royals insider, Josh Vernier.
That's right, 8 o'clock. Midway through 8 o'clock on a Monday. That means it's Vern time, baby. Vern, baby Vern. My guy, your guy, Royals insider Josh Vernier joins us now, as you can hear him tonight, because it's the Royals and the Braves. Those Bravos in Kansas City tonight. Vern's on deck show starting at 5:30 tonight. Vern, how you been? I've been gone for a week, but I missed you. I listened to you on the way home from the airport after that, or on the way out to the airport. I was going back through the podcast. Vern, have you been doing all right watching this team play some better ball in the second half?
Yeah, it's nice to win series at home. I'm doing very well.
The booth I have out at Kauffman Stadium is air conditioned, so you're not going to hear me complain.
Good. That's everything we want. Air conditioned at this time of the year, because if not, it may be a little hot for you out there. Let me ask you this. Can you explain the Seth Lugo signing last night to us?
Well, to me, you weren't going to get anything better than Seth Lugo if you traded Seth Lugo, even if you do bring in a bat that could possibly help you in 2026, right? Talking about one of those Cubs AAA outfielders. Are we confident that that bat would be an all-star caliber bat in 2026? No, but I believe that Seth Lugo has an opportunity to be an all-star next year. My first reaction was cool, great. Yeah, certainly nothing to complain about.
Right.
So the only reason why I wanted or thought that the Royals needed to trade Seth Lugo was because I thought Seth Lugo would take it to free agency. I thought he would get that third year, right? It's a 2-year deal, $46 million. It could end up going up to $60 million. In my opinion, if Lugo takes this to free agency, that $60 million is guaranteed. So maybe he left, in my opinion, he left $14 million on the table because he likes Kansas City. It's some guaranteed money in front of you right now rather than hoping that you can stay healthy for the next 2 months. Now, this also raises questions about Chris Bubich and the conversation you're going to have about him this offseason because you look 2 years from now, you're paying a 37-year-old Seth Lugo $20 million. You're paying Michael Wacha at 36 years old. You'll be paying him $14 million. You'll still have Cole Reagans. You'll still have Noah Cameron. Now, hey, if they want to sign Chris Bubich, go for it. Keep it going. Yeah, lock up this rotation if you want. And really what this is going to show us is, what kind of class is this organization in? How much money is John Sherman willing to spend? Again, there's nothing negative to say about this Seth Lugo deal. It's not our money. We don't need to pinch pennies for John Sherman. The only way the deal looks bad is if sometime down the road in the next 2.5 years, instead of adding more to this team, they're unable to because they're paying Seth Lugo $20 million. But there's no reason to believe that's going to be the case with John Sherman and the way that he's gone about it as they just continue to make moves that are made with winning being the priority, right? Nothing else. They're, if you're a good player and you like Kansas City and you're willing to scratch our back a little bit, we'll scratch your back. And that's exactly what they did with Bobby, with Michael Wacha. It's exactly what they did with, once they missed out on that bat this offseason, they go out and they find a all-star closer in Carlos Estevez. I think this Seth Lugo deal falls right in line. And now as we look towards 2026, yes, the questions about Chris Bubich linger, but also they still need to address this offense, you would think, unless we're all on board in running it back with the same top 6, top 7 in the lineup next season. And I can't imagine anybody's really willing to do that. So great job spending money. Get ready to spend some more this offseason.
Yeah, and that's kind of the way I look at it. Like, Lugo, that's a great move for 26, 27, but how does that make you better now as you push in this sprint to the finish to try to get into the postseason? Like, what can you do now to make your team better? Because the biggest trade chip to go get that bat is no longer a trade chip.
Yeah, and even that trade chip, I don't know if it was going to garner you the bat to help you in 2025, make some sort of push. Honestly, and just describing what the Seth Lugo contract meant to me, it really doesn't have much bearing on 2025 other than the psychological impact on that clubhouse where, hey, we're no longer playing for Seth Lugo's life, right? You've heard the stories, you've maybe heard the audio of a Vinny Pasquantino and others inside that clubhouse pointing to Seth Lugo and saying, we want that guy to stick around. We're not trying to wave the white flag going into the deadline. I think this move, even though, it doesn't make Cole Reagans healthy, it doesn't make Chris Bubich or Jack Caglione healthy, it doesn't make your base running better, it doesn't make your offense any better, but it does, I would imagine, make the guys feel as if it's another pat on the back from ownership, from the general manager. It's reinforcement that we do believe in this group. The group that we put together in spring training, we still believe in that group. Even if it's not coming together so far this season, we believe in it over the final third, and we certainly believe in it going into 2026. And I mentioned this on the postgame yesterday. Sure, this year has been incredibly disappointing, but I expect them to win the division next year. So long as you have Bobby and Jack Caglione together, which you will up until 2030 at least, that's my expectation every single season. And that's not only based off of talent and the rotation, that's also based off of the guy calling the shots in John Sherman and J.J. Piccolo. These guys are winners, and I think that's been fairly evident for the past 2 seasons. They're going to carry themselves. They're going to attack like winners, so I'm going to hold them to a standard of winners. So when they're below 500, yeah, I'm going to talk about how disappointed I am, but I'm also going to say this group that we've all been sitting around waiting for, going, man, there's just no way they're this bad on the base pass. There's no way they're this bad offensively. There's no way they're this mediocre defensively. We say that because we believe in the talent, and I still believe in the talent so much so that, yeah, as we look forward to 2026, there's no reason to believe that this team can't walk away with the division.
They've got a couple days left until the trade deadline comes to an end. Do you see this team making more moves, or is it pretty much, moot in the water at this point with the MLB?
Well, yeah, sure, I could see them making more moves, but I don't want them to be quote-unquote buyers. I don't look at same. Had they trade Seth Lugo, I wouldn't view that as them being sellers. Again, you only had them for 2 months.
Right.
Sellers to me means you're sacrificing something in 2026 or 2027. If you trade Seth Lugo, that wasn't sacrificing something, in my opinion, for next season. Bringing in Randall Grichuk and Adam Frazier. That's not necessarily buying, because you're not parting with something that you prize for 2026 and 2027. So I think this is the lane that the Royals stay in. Now, I know there are people out there that want them to be buyers, right? Go package a Blake Mitchell and a Ramon Ramirez, take one of those A-ball pitchers, and go get that bat to help this team track down the final wild card spot in the American League. I love that optimism. And, the fan inside of me would be pretty fired up if they did make a move like that. But, if they bend my ear and want my opinion, no. This team has shown me really nothing to hang my hat on to say the best baseball's yet to come. I understand there's still a third of the baseball season to play. But the game, the baseball gods, and the guys out there on the field over the first 106 games have shown me who this team is. And now with the injuries to Cags and Bubic and Reagans, it's nice to have Hunter Harvey back, but just doesn't feel as if it's in the cards for this team this season. Just they don't do enough that reflects a good baseball team. Their record, their base running, their defense, their offense, and now with the injuries to the rotation, the group that has carried them all season, their backs are starting to give out. Just doesn't appear to be in the cards this year.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing, because of all those things, Vern, that you've mentioned, they're still around. I mean, and I think that's a credit to Q as well as the manager to kind of keep this thing together. Because I'm sure if I would have told Josh Vernier on July 28th, Bubic would be on the DL, Reagans would be on the DL, Waka would be on the DL, Cags would have not played well, and he's on the DL. MJ Melendez is back with his second tour of duty on this team. You say, oh, my God, the season was over in June. Yet somehow they're just 2 games under 500 and still kind of floating around in that ether, and they could be a lot worse than they are. That's a credit to the manager for keeping this thing together, I guess.
Well, the Bubic injury just happened, so we'll see how they respond to that. Yeah, to me, it's more of a reflection on the pitching staff, more notably the rotation. Yeah, listen, I'm not trying to be negative, but that's also the third wild card is stupid. 162 games, and you're telling me, I'm still not sure who the 6 best teams are in the American League. if you don't have that third wild card spot, the Royals are 7 games back of the final 1-game playoff wild card spot. Yeah, the record says they're still in it, but as a person that's watched every single pitch of every single game, this is not a bad team. It's a below average team, and they're yet to prove otherwise. I want to believe in them. Again, I know the talent. We all know the talent, but watching this team day in and day out, they don't appear on the cusp. The record, the games back, it all seems as if it's just kind of stringing some fans along, trying to keep you coming out to the ballpark, which is exactly what Major League Baseball wanted when they added 2 more teams to the postseason. I've never been a fan of it. I understand why they're doing it, but it just continues to sully the regular season.
Vernon, let's play one word with you. The injury to Caglione and the hamstring can be what for him?
Unfortunate. Yeah. What do you mean can be? Like a good thing?
Could it take time off, get better? Obviously, he's got to get healthy with the leg, but can it get him some time to kind of, sit back, not to worry about anything, not think it's just a day off? It's more of like hey, get healthy, but also, look at some extra stuff, maybe things that you missed, give you more time to look between the pages or the at-bats a little bit more with not having to worry about playing in a game the next day.
Yeah, sure, but get healthy, Yeah, I mean, possibly, yeah. Getting away from the game, I guess, could be. No, I mean, there's no way to spin losing Jack Caglione to an injury as if it's a good thing. Now, I wasn't one that was really ever panicked about Cags. Now, I thought it maybe would have locked in by now. But I was always of the belief that August and September he would become a real force in this offense. There are some things that maybe, sitting next to a Luke Maley in the dugout, being alongside Randall Grichuk and, Adam Frazier, suddenly they do have some really stable quality vets in that dugout, in that clubhouse. Yeah, learning from those guys I think could be beneficial, but he could still learn from those guys if the hamstring wasn't barking. So, the Randall Grichuk acquisition, I think, again, another move where you're like, yeah, I don't hate that. How could you be anything but pleased by that? You're a better team with Grichuk on the roster than you were without him. It's unfortunate that he takes the roster spot of Jack Caglione, even though, Grichuk is about a league average hitter. Royals only have 4 league average hitters on the team right now. But, man, the thing that this team has been starving for is power. And while, sure, Grichuk brings some power, Cags brings some prodigious power. So to be without that for a few weeks certainly hurts. But, yeah, Dusty, I love the way you're looking at it. Hopefully, instead of looking at it as if it's some sort of a setback, Cags will seize the opportunity to watch the game from a different angle and hopefully improve.
Yeah, no doubt. I think that's kind of the thing for me. I'm like, you give him that opportunity to go rest, if you will, and not have to give him a break from not having the success up here. And so it could be beneficial to everybody, which brings us to Bubic. And now the offseason rolls along. Can Chris Bubic be a better value to the Royals as a trade chip this offseason to acquire that bad than to have him back in the rotation next year?
Well, now that you have Lugo under contract,
right.
Yeah. So long, especially if he can make a start or two. Yeah, but that's going to be tough.
Yeah.
A rotator cuff strain. It's the beginning of August. We've seen it's already kept Cole Reagan's out for a month and a half. So it might be tough for Bubic to get back on the bump in a big league game and prove to other general managers that he's good to go. But yeah, listen, if he's going into his final year of team control, you either trade him this offseason, trade him at the deadline, or let him walk for nothing and hope that you can recoup a second or third round pick for a possible qualifying offer. Or maybe Big Sherm's just throwing money around left and right and he's going to break, Chris Bubic off with a 4-year extension this offseason. Bottom line, ideally keep Chris Bubic, pay him, go out and spend money in free agency and bring in the big bat. Again, this again goes back to the Seth Lugo conversation and really everything trying to dispel what we've been taught as baseball fans, where we need to monitor the spending of our owner. No, there is no salary cap. The Royals are nowhere near the luxury tax. Sure, pay Chris Bubich and go out and sign that bat this offseason. That would be ideal, but certainly Chris Bubich should be able to garner you a quality bat. If Brady Singer, who was a league average pitcher, brings you a league average hitter in Jonathan India, an all-star pitcher, even if it's only 1 year, should bring you at least multiple years of an all-star bat in return. That's how I would look at it.
Yeah, is it easier, I guess you could say, to acquire that bat via trade than it is to compete in free agency? We saw last year with the Santander thing, and he went for $30 million more up to Toronto, than the Royals were offering, which is a huge eye-opening number. Isn't it, like, I hate to use the term easier, but easier for the Royals to acquire the bat that they want via trade than free agency?
Yeah, because the bidding war, instead of it being dollars in free agency, the bidding war is among the other 29 teams of trying to find something on your roster that you'll part with to acquire a guy that immediately becomes your number one or number two in the rotation. And doing it in the offseason, you're not limiting yourself to the teams that are in the race, as it would be the case for Seth Lugo, trying to trade him at the deadline. Bad teams don't want Seth Lugo right now. But in the offseason, bad teams would love Chris Bubich. Good teams, mediocre teams, everybody could use an arm like Chris Bubich. So if the Royals dangle that out there, come to me with your best offer, and you take the bat that you like best. Last year it was Jonathan India. That has kind of, I wouldn't say blown up in their face, but he's been pretty disappointing this season. Hopefully it fares better next offseason.
Vern, I'll let you finish off with your choice of 3 different questions. Not really 3 different questions. You want to talk baseball, you want to talk movie, or do you want me to read you a really nice text?
Is it about Happy Gilmore too?
Yes.
The second question? Yeah.
You've
so
seen
disappointing. It? Yeah. Not
really?
Disappointing.
Aww.
Just no, it was exactly what I thought it would be.
Yeah.
It seemed more like an SNL skit than Happy Gilmore 2. It's just too many cameos. I saw the jokes coming from a mile away. I thought the story was pretty whack. Overall, I thought it was – I don't think I laughed out loud for like a 10-second stretch, like a real deep laugh. I don't think that happened. Vern Lundquist, to me, was the star of the movie.
Okay.
Vern was great. Yeah.
He was great.
Anybody named Vern's great. Baseball question now. What do you want to see from this series against Atlanta?
Good baseball. What we saw yesterday, I would say yesterday's game was one of the 10 or 15 best performances we've seen from this group all season. Power, hitting for, playing some small ball, coming up clutch. They ran the bases. They defended. Great starting pitching, great relief pitching. They looked like a playoff team yesterday. That's what I want to see. For as much as, we want to say, hey, look how good they're playing since the All-Star break. Are they? We could really dive into it. You look at that Miami series. Yep. We could talk about the Cubs series. And sure, there were 3 really nice offensive performances on that road trip. You also were skunked in another game, held to 1 run in another game, and gagged away another game. And then this weekend, taking on Cleveland, yesterday was outstanding. I give credit to the Royals in the opener of the doubleheader for fighting, even though they, neither team deserved to win that game. And then they got beat up in the nightcap. So, 9 games in, I would say they've played 3 good games, 4 bad games, and 2 just baseball games. So I want to see them look like a playoff team for the next 3 days going into the deadline.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I am, too. It's time to string some games together, right? You can't take 2 steps forward and then 1 step back. You're never going to catch up to where you need to be.
And that's who they've been all season. And God love the fans that still believe the best baseball lies ahead for this team. And the onus is on the boys now to go out there and do it.
Vern, I'll finish with this. This says, hey, fellas, been waiting to send this until Vern came on about a year ago. Josh's last day and my last day of chemo. This weekend, I got good news. I'm 1 year cancer-free and just wanted you guys and Vern to know how much you have meant to me and everyone else. You all helped me get through the lowest of lows. The culture you have created makes it feel like a family. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you and I love you. You guys truly matter in every way, every important way. Sorry for the long text, but that comes from Dave.
That's awesome, Dave. Congratulations, dude.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And my wife is an oncology nurse. We're in the candy store of life. She's
Right.
out there grinding away, doing all that great work. But God love you, man.
And Vern, you got the show coming at 5:30. What can people listen for?
Yeah, I got a pair of tickets to an upcoming Dollar Dog Night of C.J. Abrams in the Washington Nationals. Should I have mentioned his name? Do people know who C.J. Abrams
so.
is? Either way, the Nationals are coming to Kauffman Stadium. I'll give a pair of tickets away coming up tonight, right around 5:45.
There you go, Vern. We appreciate it as always. We love you for coming on, and good luck for the rest of the season. And sorry you didn't like Happy Gilmore too.
That's all right. Good to have you back, Dusty.
Thank you, Vern. We appreciate it. That's Josh Fernier, our Royals insider tonight, 5:30 as they gear up for 3 games against Hot Atlanta. You couldn't make that up anymore. It's going to be a scorcher out there. I don't know if you saw Kling's tweet.
I did. Today's the day when you sweat before you sweat,
No
right?
doubt about it. I asked the question to the text line today and to the dads out there. Are you more excited for football or are you more excited for schools to start? Because there was a lot of dads on this vacation I went on and said, God, I can't wait for school to start. Give me your answers. School or football? What are you more excited about here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports?
Hey, it's Michael Waka, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, you're excited for everything when you're feeling good, right? When your joints feel great, when your body feels great, you can conquer the world. But if you've got knee or hip or shoulder pain and you're thinking to yourself, man, it's not getting any better, I just don't know what to do, well, I may have the solution for you. If you're stuck in a cycle of steroid shots and now they're talking about surgery, before you go down that road, let's hit the pause button for a second. And I want to tell you about something that's helped a lot of people get their lives back without more meds and without going under the knife. It's QC Kinetics, leaders in regenerative medicine using treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to help your body heal itself. And we're not talking about masking the pain. This goes to the root of the problem. Their cellular treatments contain growth factors and healing properties to maximize your own body's ability to heal itself. And it doesn't cost anything for that second opinion. Learn more about something that could be life-changing. A licensed medical provider will go over your x-rays or MRIs and see if you're a good fit for these breakthrough candidates with QC Kinetics, or breakthrough treatments, I should say. So call QC Kinetics today, 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. 816-412-6299.
This summer, Casey's has 89-cent fountain and frozen drinks. But if you don't have 89 cents, you could check your center console, or dig between your couch cushions, or ask Grandma for $1, or just use your credit card. We take those too. 89-cent frozen and fountain drinks at Casey's all summer long. Restrictions may apply. See store for details.
It is out of here.
Man, if your stream isn't as strong as it used to be, or you're taking more breaks to the bathroom than the 7th inning stretch of a televised baseball game,
We'll be back after this.
it's time to get checked. An enlarged prostate or BPH could be the cause, and Kansas City Urology Care is here to help. Fast answers, trusted care. Don't wait. Come see Kansas City's largest, most experienced, and most advanced urology team. Visit kcuc.com today. At KCUC, you see the best in KC. Why buy your next vehicle at New Century Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Paola? Simple. Honest guys that don't need to add big city overhead into the price. Search New Century Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram to see the complete inventory.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size, because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Ring the bell. We've done it again. Golden Oak Lending has lowered rates to 4.875% fixed. While other lenders are talking about high interest rates, we're dropping rates. And we can get it done for you in as little as 14 days. Golden Oak Lending has just secured several $1 million that we can offer you as fixed-rate mortgages for 4.875%. Lower your monthly payment, get cash out, pay off credit cards, and best of all, make no mortgage payments for 2 months. It's fast and easy. Our debt consolidation customers save an average of $1,104 every month. And at Golden Oak, you never pay for your appraisal up front. Lock in this incredible 4.875% rate now before it's too late and say goodbye to those high-interest credit card rates. Call 913-890-GOLD.
Golden Oak Landing, cured my blues.
5.81 APR, FHA, 15-year, 20% equity, qualified credit. Additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Gann Asphalt and Concrete, one contractor, all things parking lot. 470 westbound, very heavy. You hit delays around Pryor, just crawls all the way out past Raytown Road with construction, only the left lane getting by. You're looking at about 4 miles of just crawling traffic to get through still. The world's coming to Kansas City, and 2026 is your parking lot ready. Faded lines, potholes, unsafe sidewalks, Gann Asphalt and Concrete is your winning team. One contractor, all things parking lot. Visit GannAsphalt.com today. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Back here on Fescoe and Dusty with Nathan with you as well. 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports. You got football Thursday night, the Hall of Fame game, the Lions versus the Chargers. Sweet. But football is all but back, right? Training camp, there's now pads. Day 2 of pads today. Cody and Gold will be there live from 10 to 2 in St. Joe. Has anybody checked the radar yet for St. Joe?
I have not.
Because this is about the time that you start checking the radar of what it looks like up north. And if you are on 470 going west, just stay patient and keep it on 96.5 The Fan, and we'll get you through your traffic.
Or just stay home. I mean, seriously, if you're going westbound on 470, man, whew, I'll tell you what, man. I saw Nick Vassos tweeted out that 63 minutes of
not ideal.
Just sitting there.
To go from Lee Summit to Raytown.
God.
Yeah. Alternate route for sure. Type in your GPS to your job location at 470 West is something you take.
Right.
Go a different route.
The construction is supposed to be over around 10 o'clock this morning, though. So I'm guessing it's a one-time deal because they said from 6 to 10 a.m. Right? So if it's from 6 to 10 a.m., they said for an emergency repair, I'm guessing it's a one-time deal.
Because right there, they're fixing View High Drive. They're like adding a lane down View High.
Yeah, that's a mess there, too. Yeah, good luck. Good luck. Let me know what it's like when you're driving home if there's still traffic out there and people trying to get to work.
It's crazy, too, because on my way home through that stretch, I go like 65 cruise control because I've never seen this before, but they have a state trooper on a motorcycle on the bridge. And then they have guys sitting on the side of the road that they clock and then they radio and then they get pulled up. I was like, and you just watch it. And it's crazy because whenever I see one of those guys drive past me really fast, I'm like, watch out for the guy on the bridge. Actually, you know what? Figure it out on your own there, Tony.
Did he have truck nuts?
Oh, no. You don't see a lot of that anymore. I think they've, been
dissipated?
Yeah. Or what's the word? Castrated?
Yeah, cut off.
No, but I was on vacation. There was a couple dads there, and their kids were there as well. We had a huge house. It literally fit 30 people. And a lot of them have kids, and they're at the point in the summer now where, like, I think a lot of people went on vacation the week before, last week, or this week because school starts mid-August, which is literally in 2 weeks.
Yeah, 2 weeks. Yeah, schedules came out today for our kids.
So you can see their teachers and all that sort of
who's
stuff.
Who's got class with who? The panic is already setting in. I'm getting texts all along. I've got this class. I didn't want that class. I need this class. I mean,
this material. No, you don't. You don't.
No, but that's the beauty of having a daughter that's going to be a sophomore and one that's going to be a freshman. Because my freshman's like, I need all this stuff, and my older daughter's like, no, you don't. You need like one book and a pen. Like, we're not going out here and buying you 85 million pencil holders and things like that for high school.
I want a Trapper Keeper.
Yeah, we don't have those anymore.
No, they were banned when I was a kid. They were not allowed, apparently.
Why?
I don't know. I really don't know. They were always like, no Trapper Keepers. I have no idea why. They just didn't. So my mom got me a Trapper Keeper.
I mean,
of course. No, but they've got kids, and they're at the end of the summer where the kids have, unfortunately they don't have a lot of stuff going on like we do as adults, where they've run out of things to do, right? Like, I've seen my friends, I've been on vacation, I've done this, now I'm just going to drive my parents nuts. And a lot of the parents are like, I just cannot wait for school to start so my kids can go to, grade school, middle school, high school, whatever it may be. And I was asking them around the beach, I'm like, are you more excited for school to start, or are you more excited for football to start? And there was a pause. And anytime there's a pause, I know it's a decent question. Because normally when somebody's like, oh, football, you're like, oh, okay, never mind. I'll go to the next person.
Right.
And then they'll let the person that'll be like, well, gosh, I'm really ready to watch the Chiefs, but I'm also really ready for my kids to be out of the house from 10. Because a lot of people I'm friends with work from home remotely or whatever. And it's nice, right? And their kids are home, so it's like
brutal.
You know what I mean? So I asked.
That's why you don't work remotely. You get the hell out of the house, man. I'm not kidding.
Right? So I asked the text line. I asked you guys, and I know Nathan, you don't have kids, but you do. Are you more excited for football or for school to start?
I'm more excited for school to start, and it's not because to get them out of the house. They're adults now, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they do their own
DoorDash.
thing. So funny thing about that this weekend, right? So we were out and about doing whatever, and all of a sudden DoorDash shows up to the house, right? And the ring goes off. My wife looks at the thing and she goes, why are you, we've told you like for the rest of the summer, no more DoorDash, right? Because it's costing too much money. No more DoorDash. My daughter's friend DoorDashed to the wrong house because she's been staying with us, but she's away with her family on vacation. So they got a free Cane's meal over the weekend.
Oh.
and so, like, our kids are like, sweet, you DoorDashed to the wrong house, right? Because she had the app set and she just clicked to have this food sent to our house as opposed to wherever the hell she is at this point in time. So we got a free Cane's meal out of the deal, which was nice. But no, my kids are working and doing that kind of stuff. And so I just want them to go back. I'm excited for them to go back because I'm excited for them, for my daughter to get her sophomore year started. And I got a freshman this year. It's a big year when you start that freshman year of high school and all the activities
Are they all in
and
the same
things
high
like
school?
that.
They don't have like a freshman center.
No,
Okay.
yeah, all of that kind of stuff, to get involved in. So I'm excited for them to go back to school, and you can tell it's time. They're ready as they get older. It's like, all right, it's time. I got to get my stuff done. I got the tennis. I've got cheerleading. I've got this. I got that. The other thing, and they kind of want to get right and
get on
right, and they want to kind of get back into their routine and kind of back to their lives. And I know they sit around. They go, I don't want school to start, but deep down inside, they're ready to get back to school
Love
too.
school.
Yeah.
You ready for football to start? You don't have any kids yet, do you?
I don't have any kids yet. No, I think that might be my answer though. Would be the football.
Football.
And this is like.
Can I let you in on a little secret? I'm never ready for the first weekend of the NFL season.
Why?
Because I'm never ready for summer to officially be over, and that kind of signals the end of the summer to be over.
July
and
5th is the end of
I know
summer.
it is,
You have plenty of time.
but football really is like that's when when you got the kids doing stuff like you look at your calendar and you're like, where am I going to take a dump? And so football kind of signifies that, and it's just a stacked calendar. Fall is a very, very busy time, and I always know when then football hits, I've got 16 soccer games on a Saturday, I've got this on a Sunday, and you're like, man, when am I going to have time to do anything? And so like when football season starts, it's always that clue to me, like life is speeding up really, really fast, and there's no more just sitting around scratching yourself,
Yeah.
Nathan's looking at me like, I got to get married soon?
Yes. Yeah. No, I mean, you brought it up earlier. Like it's August this week.
Yeah.
I mean, time's just flying by. Yeah. I don't. In myself, I don't really need football to get that dread of like, oh my gosh, time is just moving so quickly. But yeah, the wedding has done that for me enough on its own.
Yeah.
So
before
no.
you know, it's going to be tomorrow, and you're going to be and the wedding's going to be here. That's how quickly it's going to happen.
We've got this website that like counts down the days for like, so it tells you need to have this planned by this
How many
day.
days are you
whatever.
away?
just over 100.
Okay.
I told my fiance, I was like, when that goes from 3 digits to 2, that's when I'm going to start freaking out.
Yeah, but there's nothing to freak out about. If you know you've made the right decision on the person that you're getting married to, who the hell cares what's going to happen at this thing? And that's the thing that, my wife will always tell people, make sure you enjoy your wedding day, because so many people don't. You get so caught up in everything, you forget to enjoy your own wedding.
Somebody says from the 816, I raised 5 boys, Bob. Welcome to your kids driving chapter of life. God help you.
I'm going to tell you, it's nervous. Like, you worry as a parent. You worry for different reasons now when they're out driving. Thank God for Life 360. I mean, you get the opportunity to kind of follow them. And, driving at 15 is still kind of young for me, right? And so I follow my daughter all over. Okay, I'm going to work, Dad. And I follow her all the way to Jasper's and make sure she gets there on time.
You can see like her top speed and stuff too on that thing.
Oh,
it's crazy.
yeah.
I mean, you can see every detail.
I take those pictures of my wife to let her know she's speeding.
But that's fun.
Oh, she
it goes
loves
from
it.
you to Jen, from Jen to them. So some full circle conversation about the Trapper Keeper. Apparently, it was the Velcro that drove teachers nuts, and that's why schools didn't want them.
I could see
constant,
that. Yeah.
And then from the 913 Staples, I did not know it was still around. Staples brought Trapper Keepers back last year.
Oh, cool.
So maybe teachers will. Gosh, when does Jen start? Is it
next week? Yeah, the teachers go back next week. I think my daughters go back like the 13th, 14th, 15th, that point in time.
Yeah.
But the teachers are going back. Jen's going back the week before.
I always knew school was right around the corner because when I worked at Jack Stack and did morning shifts, there was, for a week straight, it was the teachers all came out for lunch because they had their get back together day.
Yeah.
And then it'd be like, yeah, you have a party of 15 coming in at 11:15. I'm like, who in the world is coming in on a Tuesday morning with 15 people planned to eat lunch randomly in August? They're like, it's Raytown Elementary. I'm like,
that's right. Teachers are back. Yep.
Dude.
Teachers are back.
Be nice to those teachers.
Absolutely.
Underpaid and undervalued. But yeah, so I am excited for football to be back because after hearing that the pads are on, that's how you get back into it. Because you know that it's right around the corner. They'll be back in pads today. We'll get into the Lugo extension recap. Plus, we'll dive into what we heard about Deion Sanders in the news that will be released today in a press conference with his medical team. You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Fescoe and Dusty. Subscribe and watch the show on YouTube by going to our channel at The Fan 965, Kansas City's FM sports station. 96.5 The Fan.
FanDuel, because nothing says summer fun quite like adding excitement to the game while your friends are getting sunburned at the beach. Summer sports are calling your name. That means baseball under the stadium lights, golf on pristine green fairways, soccer matches between world-class goals, and all the action-packed moments that happen in between. You're going to spend all day following your favorite sports on your phone anyway, so you might as well make them more thrilling, more exciting with FanDuel. Open up the app today to see the daily promotions. New customers can bet just $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Open the FanDuel app today or visit FanDuel.com/KFNZ. Use my promo code to get everything started. FanDuel is an official partner of 96.5 The Fan. 21 and present in Kansas. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issues now will drop a bonus bet which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under agreement with Kansas Star Casino LLC. Gambling problem. Get out with your best bet. Call 1-800-522-4700. Visit kansasgamblinghelp.com.
At CertaPro Painters, we know that a happy place comes in many colors, like ones that inspire a sense of wonder, or a new flavor that makes life just a little bit sweeter, or one to celebrate those moments that lift you to new heights. We can reawaken any space to make your happy place your home. CertaPro Painters. That's painting happy. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Contractor license and registration information is available at CertaPro.com.
Hey there, Kansas Lottery here. And we want to get together for a game or two. Meet us at your favorite retailer or wherever you like to buy your tickets, and we can let the games begin. There's a lot of fun and cash on the line. See kslottery.com for details.
It's time to build that dream deck over at All Weather Decks. Schedule a free estimate today at 913-206-1974 or online at allweatherdecks.net. All Weather Decks, the right deck at the right price.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance to buy $1 million of affordable term life for you. All you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-770-0850. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-770-0850. 800-770-0850.
Rob Site Ford. Non-commissioned staff, low prices, best trade-ins, and the biggest selection. Visit robsite.com.
When it comes to buying a car, simple wins. Rob Site Ford has the inventory, the trade values, and the non-commissioned team that puts you first. No pressure, just 4.8 stars on Google for a reason. ROBSIGHT.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
470 westbound remains very heavy from Pryor out past Raytown Road, with construction down to only the left lane getting by, but an accident in the backup around View High is adding to delays with the right lane blocked. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Thursday, August 7th on Fescoe and Dusty is Travis Kelce Appreciation Day.
Kelce, no side, he makes the catch and rolls into the end zone off the right shoulder.
Right here on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2, Kansas City in Odyssey Sports Station.
9 o'clock on a Monday here on Fescoe and Dusty with Nathan as well. Mac will be back Wednesday. Nathan will be back tomorrow. Royals at 5:30 tonight with Josh Verner's On Deck show. First pitch at 6:40 against the Bravos. Maybe the last time we see Ronald Acuna in a Braves jersey. Do we see him hug some people in this series?
Maybe, yeah.
Because they're here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Yep.
And then Thursday is the deadline.
Yep.
And he seems to be a hot commodity on the trade deadline because we've yet to really see the blockbuster move, right?
Yeah,
Normally
there
there's at
hasn't
least
been one. Has there been a block? Like define the blockbuster type move? I'm trying to
Randall
think. Like,
Grichuk?
yeah, like Seth Lugo signing the contract is
That
the
was big.
biggest move that we've seen, I think, in baseball right now. Right, I think that's kind of been the biggest move that we've seen throughout Major League Baseball. We haven't had that quote unquote blockbuster deadline deal that I think a lot of people want to see. But you know what? I hate to be that guy. We're not at the deadline yet. Like these things will gear up as the week kind of progresses and teams get to that point where they truly believe that they're a contender or that they're out of it. And as Vern talked about the seventh wild card and whatnot, or whatever it is, the sixth wild card being stupid, hates it and whatnot.
Hates Happy Gilmore, hates the wild card spot.
Yeah. Like, he was in not such a good mood today, but I don't blame him. I mean, it's been kind of a long season. The ball club hasn't produced like we wanted it to produce, but I think with this extra wild card, there are some teams that are still kind of floating around and think they're still in it that are going to realize on Thursday, okay, it's time to peel off some of these players and let's make some moves.
Mm-hmm. I think when you look at the Lugo thing, though, that is where small market Kansas City can affect major markets around the league because Cubs were tied to it. I'm sure Boston was tied to it. I mean, Duran was a name that we were hearing kind of be connected somehow to the Royals. And now you look at yourself as, okay, are they just going to take this team forward and go with Lugo, Cameron, Waka, spot starter, and then, opener or whatever it may be, and ride this tide out and see what happens. And again, 2 out of 3 against the Cubs, 2 out of 3 against Cleveland, but 1 out of 3 against the Marlins. And Vernon told us, you had a stinker, you had a game where neither team looked like they wanted to win that game. You had all this sort of stuff. And then you look at all the Royal Blues over the weekend, and this was JJ Piccolo on the injuries to Kaggs and Bubic over the weekend when he joined Ryan Lefevre for his Sunday show.
Yeah, it was a tough day. And, and Kaggs, he got injured in the first inning. He actually was going back on a fly ball that Manzardo hit, that he felt it and then trying to get out of the box. It was more that first step. And, this heat that we're playing in, knowing that we had 2 games, we were hopeful, pull him out of the game, maybe just get him some rest and maybe play the second game. But we realized afterwards that it was a little bit more serious than that. But the good news is with Kaggs is the actual exam didn't match the image. The image was much more positive than what we thought it might be. So he's going to miss a little bit of time. He'll be going on the IL today. And then with Chris, I give Chris a lot of credit. He's fatigued. He's tired, but he wants to compete. He wants to win. He knows he's having a good year. He knows the importance of him being in our rotation, how much it means to us. But you could see right from the get-go, he's tired. He was throwing some fastballs at 87, 88, and that's not usually Chris. Give him a lot of credit, but Chris is very valuable to us, and we're not going to take any chances with him and try to push him through this. So I would anticipate, we're still waiting to get back some imaging. I would anticipate we're going to be comfortable with what the image says, but he probably still needs a couple weeks to get a breather.
Doesn't sound like we'll see Chris Bubic maybe for the rest of the year unless there's a playoff push.
Yeah, it really sounds like Chris Bubic is probably going to be a guy that's, we'll see in March when spring training starts or February when spring training starts. And look, that's okay if that's what it takes. There's really at this point in time, no reason to rush him back. But you also do want to make sure that he's healthy because he could be your biggest trade chip that now that you have, this offseason to go out and try to acquire, that bat that the Royals need. And that has to be the goal this offseason, right? You can't go into the season now, next year, just again relying on everybody off of career years like they did this year. And it wasn't because they wanted to rely on that. That ended up what happening because they couldn't find that bat. But you can't go into this now off season and say, okay, well, one more year with everybody, kind of being the same. No. You have to go out there and you have to actively acquire that bat. I was just looking at a stat I saw online from Nick Capel of the Royals PR department. They have scored 17 runs. Their last 17 runs have all been scored by the home run. And so that's the only way that they're scoring right now. They've got to find a way to do better than that and to produce more, just not via the home run. They've got to find still ways to be better situationally at hitting. And that's why you acquire a guy like Adam Frazier and acquire a guy like Randall Grichuk because they're not household names. They're not wow names, but they are still professional hitters, right? And that's something that we've kind of lacked over the course of this season, up and down the lineup. You've had a lot of young guys and a lot of guys that probably aren't ready to be at the big league level, MJ Melendez, right? And so you've got a situation where you needed professional hitters in the lineup that know how to put the ball in play, that can make, even if you're not getting a hit, you're putting the ball in play and forcing the other team to make a play. They could make an error. They could throw it away. It could be a 2-base hit. It could work in your favor. And that's what Adam Frazier and Randall Grichuk bring to you. You're not bringing them in because you think those are the additions that are going to wow everybody and move mountains. They needed to take some baby steps. And just to have those adult at-bats in the room and the adult at-bats in that lineup, that's going to make this team better because they're going to be able to get those hits that this team has not been able to have. And so hopefully you can get some production out of those older veterans that you've added in. And it kind of looks like, just from what Vern's got to say, it's kind of the team we're looking at the rest of the way. Is it good enough to make a postseason push? Probably not. But is it good enough to keep us interested? Yeah, it probably is.
Some pretty impressive games coming up after this Braves series. You've got 3 at the Blue Jays, who's the best team in baseball, and then 3 in Boston, who's been the best team in baseball since the All-Star break. They had that 10-game winning streak. Then you go 3 against Minnesota, and then you finally come back home. So you get these 3 games, and then you go on a 9-game road trip. So we'll see if they make any moves, but this was JJ on Randall Grichuk's arrival in Kansas City.
Randall Grichuk was somebody we identified, even going back to the offseason. When you look at really valuable right-handed bats that really dominate left-handed pitching, he's one of the more elite guys in the game. So looking at our team as it stood yesterday, we had a lot of left-handed hitting outfielders, some that are very young. So it felt like it was the right fit for us, and Arizona was ready to move him, and we were prepared to make the deal. So glad that he's here today. He got pulled from the game in Pittsburgh last night. Spoke to him probably 5 to 10 minutes after that and said, hey, look, if you can get here tomorrow, you're in the lineup tomorrow. And he got here pretty early. So we'll see what he's got today, but we're excited to have him.
So see him in right field, maybe see him at left field, maybe see him as like a DH at times, just being a guy that can put the ball in play. And one thing that you need with this team to score runs is get guys in that are in scoring position, because we had that stat earlier in the year where they were terrible. They were terrible. They just could not get guys in. And I know this guy's not going to hit the ball over the fence like people want to see, the long ball, or he's going to be super powerful, but he's going to put the ball in play. He's going to get guys over, and he's a smart baseball player for this team. And if this team that you believe in with Garcia and Bobby and Vinny and Sal and India and those guys, then you're going to see this sort of guy come in and be that sort of acquisition to that addition, which maybe you believe in your core four. Maybe you believe in Vinny, Sal, Bobby, and Michael Garcia. Those guys are the ones that are going to move this needle. Those are the guys going to keep this team going. They just need a little shot in the arm. Maybe that little shot in the arm is Randall Gresham.
Yeah, and that could be the guy that they need to kind of give him that protection in the lineup, too, where you're not just a black hole from 6, 7, 8, and 9 down at the bottom of your lineup, where you actually now have some guys that this pitching staff that's pitching against you has to say, okay, wait a second here. This guy's a professional. He knows what he's doing up here. These aren't gimmies. These aren't easy outs. I actually have to go out there and battle and forcing people. You know, they say it all the time, you know, in baseball, were these hard innings or were they easy innings? Was there a high leverage inning or a not high leverage inning? Well, having a Grichuk or an Adam Frazier is a better hitter to have up there for your standpoint because it's more of a quote-unquote high-leverage situation for that pitcher than to go up against some nondescript guy that's an easy out where you don't have to dial it back. With these guys, you're still going to have to make good pitches. They're going to battle you. They're going to work the pitcher down, and in turn, that makes everybody in the lineup better. So these aren't awful moves that the Royals made. They're moves to make themselves better from a lineup perspective. Not going to move the needle by any stretch. Not going to be the difference between you being a 500 team and a world championship team, but it's a step in the right direction, and having more professional hitters in your lineup makes everybody better in your lineup.
No doubt about it. I mean, you just got to produce, and if you want to be a wild card team, you're 4 games out. You're 8.5 out of the division. I don't think that you're catching that, obviously, but 4 games out of your wild card spot with only 3 games. Really 4 total from the 3rd spot in Seattle, but a game and a half behind everybody in front of you, which is Tampa, Texas, Anaheim, and Cleveland, who's a half game ahead of you, and then the other 3 as well. So it should be interesting. They're gearing up. I think the Lugo signing is important because I think it makes you think that maybe Bubic isn't the guy, because a lot of people would say, is he injury prone? Do you want to give a guy like that a huge contract? All that sort of stuff. It makes you think. I mean, they gave Reagans one, and the minute after, he's out for basically the entire year.
Right.
So maybe fool me once type of stuff there, but I'm interested to see what they do with Bubic in the offseason.
I am too. I'm a trade guy, so I think Bubic is the type of guy that you have to have an opportunity to kind of read the room and see what you can get back in return and see if you can't trade him. And I don't want to say trade him for Jonathan India, but that type of trade where you trade somebody of value to get somebody of value back in return. You're not going to be able, again, to trade MJ Melendez and think you're going to make your ball club better, because you're not. Right. But if you trade a guy that has value like Chris Bubic, you can make your ball club better. So the Seth Lugo signing, great for 26, 27. I just looked at it from a 25 perspective and went, I would have liked to have seen Seth Lugo traded, but maybe those offers just weren't out there that were worthy of trading Seth Lugo. And at the end of the day, Lugo said, look, man, I just want to be here. So just sign me to a contract. I'll work with you. And they did. They got a nice deal together. And John Sherman continues to spend money, which is another great thing for this organization.
Many points made there. Players stay in Kansas City, owner spends in Kansas City, team stays relevant in Kansas City.
Absolutely.
Coming up on the other side, some Deion news that will break today. We'll see if his future is still in college football or in coaching. For, in fact, there are some health scares. They will have a press conference today. We'll get into Deion's news on the other side here. 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Hey, it's Bobby Witt Jr., and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, you've got an opportunity to go yard all baseball season long with Underdog's Champions Game. And Underdog is a leading place to make all of your sports selections, and you can now play in the state of Missouri. You can do it right now in the state of Missouri. You're sitting in traffic right now in Missouri. You can play on the Underdog app. Millions of fans have already won billions making plays on Underdog, and it is so simple. It is so fun, and I'll tell you why here in a second. To play, all you have to do is download the app and choose whether a player will go higher or lower on one of their stats, and you can choose from things like home runs, strikeouts, total bases, and so much more. You got baseball going on early this week, and then Thursday football starts, and that's when it really gets fun. You can combine selections from multiple sports to one entry and see what you can do, and once that entry feels good, you can play with as little as $1, and if you get everything right, right, you could win up to 1,000 times your money. So download the Underdog app now. Sign up with promo code BOB to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit with promo code BOB. Must be 18 and over and present in Missouri. Terms apply. See UnderdogFantasy.com/web/deposit-match-terms. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be, and if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Heartland Men's Health, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. We have 3 offices, Overland Park, Independence, and North Kansas City.
Numerous brands to choose from, endless options, one incredible experience. At Aristocrat Motors, we treat every driver like royalty and offer the finest luxury vehicle experience in Kansas City. Come see us today and let us roll out the red carpet for you.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit. For just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in a combo while supplies last.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens, and let me tell you about my people at GimmeTheVin.com. Gimme the Vin wants to buy your car, whether it's your daily driver, pickup truck, SUV, minivan, supercar, or exotic. So say goodbye to dealing with those dealerships, those annoying hassles, all that stuff that the dealership brings, and private sale tire kickers, and get a true buy offer for your car. GimmeTheVin.com is already the best place to sell your car, and now it's even better with the GimmeTheVin.com big cash giveaway. Gimme the Vin is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. Get 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. For more details, go to their website, GimmeTheVin.com. So again, say goodbye to the dealerships and say goodbye to the private sale tire kickers and go to GimmeTheVin.com. ForgiveMeTheVin.com is America's best car buyer. Hit it, boys.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Today, expect sunny skies with a high of 96.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
Back here on 96.5 The Fan on a Monday. It's muggy. It's traffic. It's Monday. Thanks for joining us here on Fescoe and Dusty with Nathan as well with you. There will be some news that comes out later today, probably around 12 o'clock our time because it's 10 a.m. Mountain Time.
Yeah, so that'd be 10 a.m. Mountain, 11 a.m. here, noon Eastern. Yes, I'm counting backwards, right?
Carry the 4.
Yes, thank you. You're the math guy. You got a legal degree.
Those are two opposite things, man.
Oh.
Yeah, it's geography and math. Time zones.
I am no good at math, man.
Y equals mx plus b is slope, right? I think, no. Maybe.
I'm going to take your word for it. If you would have said it with more confidence, you would have sold me.
But there will be a press conference today out of Colorado in Boulder with Deion Sanders in his health team. It is not looking good for Deion Sanders, as many things out there are saying to pray for his health and his recovery. He is reportedly battling a mysterious health condition. Deion Sanders is set to hold a press conference, as we had mentioned today, with the Colorado medical team to tell more. Deion Sanders has had past issues with life-threatening blood clots and has had a few toes amputated as a result. He is seen in a video that has gone viral of him sitting on a hospital bed. Looks like he has just absolutely just been blindsided with some news that you probably don't want to hear. He's talking about making a will, how it shocked him, how it's opened his eyes. So if I had to take a take on this and reading what I've seen on Twitter, you could see Deion Sanders having to take a leave of absence from the Colorado Buffaloes in that university. I don't think we will see Deion Sanders with a positive message today because of what we have been reading and what we have seen in the press conference that comes out of nowhere when a guy hasn't been around a team.
Yeah, it's interesting the way that it was announced. Kind of flew under the radar. Things happen on the weekend. Everybody's doing their thing. They're not really paying attention to it. But over the weekend, they released this press conference. I'm like, dang, what's going to go on here? This has got to be something of substance if they're giving you like a 48-hour head start on, making one of these announcements. And before we all sit around and, speculate, what's wrong with Deion Sanders, I don't think that's our job. I want to talk about the impact that he's had on both of us, Dusty, because I would consider us very casual college football fans, right? We don't really have a dog in the fight, if you will. I root for Ohio State and, whatnot. And the more I root for them, the more my friend Jim gets mad at me because he, is an Ohio State fan, and that's I kind of tweak him. But Deion was one of the big reasons why I was able to kind of get back into college football and why it was kind of exciting for me, because Deion made it that way, right? He was a reason to watch. He was kind of the hook out there to get me back into college football 2 years ago. And I'm so glad he was there to do that, because I've really enjoyed watching college football over the last couple of years. I think it's been so much fun to kind of have that back into my life. And I love the NIL, and I love the chaos that's going on in college sports right now, because I like to make people squirm, and seeing the old guard squirm because they can't handle the new stuff that's coming in makes me enjoy it as well. So you got Deion doing his thing at Colorado. Ohio State's having a lot of fun winning their games. Chaos all over the place in college sports. Like, I really appreciate what Deion has meant to college football over the last couple of years. And I know a lot of people look at him and they're like, oh, he's just doing it for his kid, and he only wanted to coach his kid and all that kind of stuff. I'm a dad. You do what's in the best interest of your children all the time, and you try to help your children all the time get the best opportunities that you possibly can. That's your role as a dad. He just happened to have the role where he could coach a university and get his kid and his friends and whatnot opportunities to play at a collegiate level. And so I love Deion Sanders. I love everything that he's about. And if he's not going to be around this year, it's a big loss for the college game, bro.
Big time. It's a big name, big personality. Like him or not, winning record or not, he brought spark, pizzazz, and all that to the University of Colorado, which is something they had not had since, I don't know, Cordell Stewart was there. And I think the other thing that's crazy about this press conference is that it's not just Deion.
Right.
It's Deion and his medical team.
Right.
Which leads me to believe that Deion will come out with a statement. And then when there are any questions, he will have the medical advisors come in and say, well, this is why the time off is needed. This is where he is currently at. This is the severity of the issue. This is where we can be at in 2 or 3 years. But right now, coaching is not where it should be.
Right.
Right. We heard over the weekend, I think Bill Self had like some stents put in his heart.
Heart surgery over the weekend. Yep.
Basically half a season because of heart issues in the postseason as well. So like these jobs are stressful. These jobs are taxing. These jobs are not as important as your health. Even if you are Bill Self or Deion Sanders, there are times in your life where your medical team will say, hey, buddy, like if your stress level is skyrocketed, it's like, could be your co-host, could be the job, but either way, why don't you take a week? Why don't you just get away and like relax and just get it off your mind? Because at the end of the day, like, yes, we're all about making takes and making entertainment and doing these things for people, but at the end of the day, like, you got to take care of yourself. I always go back to that fun Marshawn Lynch thing where he talked about, you take care of your chickens and your bread, you make sure you have this and that, and don't let other people dictate what you do.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's about your mental, it's about your physical, and then it's about everybody else.
Yep.
And I think that's what you're here today with Deion Sanders. It's sad to see this happen. It's sad because it seems like there will be a lot of people that will be like, oh, he just didn't get a good recruiting class. He doesn't want to coach anymore because his son's not there. I don't think that's the issue whatsoever. And I know that I'm a Deion apologist and a fan. I wear the Prime hoodie and all that stuff because he got me captivated in the sport again, like you had mentioned earlier. But I think when you have your medical staff with you, that sends to me a red flag. Like that to me is where it's going to be like, I'm stepping down. I'm taking a leave of absence. I got to get ready for, my health to get better. I've, had toes amputated. I've had blood clots that have affected my life. It's not getting easier. Being out here coaching is not helping that. I have to step away. My medical team is here to provide you with any sort of, technology, or not technology, but terminology that maybe I don't know or that I'm not familiar with that you can ask. And I think that's why they are there, not just for support, but for answers.
Well, and also, too, let's just say he is stepping away and stepping aside for a while to deal with his health. It is the right thing to do because you have to be committed to your health, and you also want to be committed to those players and to that university. It's not fair to these players and to the other coaches that are on that staff and to the fan base, really, and everybody that's involved to sit there and kind of go half-assed and not know what you're going to be able to do and what you can do. And so I think he steps aside in order to kind of free up Colorado, too, so they can continue to move forward, and then you can have that new voice, and people aren't wondering, well, what would Coach Prime say about this or anything like that. No, Coach Prime isn't here right now. Coach Johnson, or whoever the hell it is, he's now in charge of, what's going to go on at Colorado, and you're able to put him as the voice, and then Deion doesn't have to kind of go back and forth between, because if you're dealing with stuff where toes are amputated, he's talking about putting a will together. We're not talking about pneumonia here. We're not talking about the cold. We're not talking about stuff like that. It sure seems like we're talking about something a lot more serious that Deion needs to rectify. But I'm not going to have the stomach, and it's going to come right away, and it's already starting about the only reason he's stepping away is because he doesn't have a good recruiting class. He just did it to get his son in there and all that kind of stuff. That the haters, if you will, and I use that term because that's what they are, the haters will try to throw this at Deion Sanders and try to portray him as not being a good college football coach. Yeah, he's 13-12, but he's changed the lives of so many young men, and he changed the perception of that university and put Colorado back on the map. Record enrollment, record endowment. People are excited again about their program, and that's cool, and that's awesome to see. It's okay to have that in sports. We don't have to follow all these books and things that people always want to say the right way to do things. Sometimes different ways to do things are okay. And Deion proved that different is okay. And he proved that you can go out there and turn around a program and get people excited again about a program that was it was dormant. I mean, it was awful.
Yeah, you didn't talk about Colorado, and then all you did was talk about. I remember doing a Ben Maller interview. We were talking before we did the interview. And I'm like, what do you talk about when it comes to college football? He's like, what do you mean? I talk about Deion Sanders. And I'm like, that's an LA guy. Like you got UCLA out there, you got USC out there, you've got, Washington's up north. You can talk about them if you wanted to, all that sort of stuff. And it was Deion. Yep. And like him or hate him, it was content, and it was created because of what he did in Colorado. And today, the content will take a little bit of a step back, because I am assuming from what we are hearing, what we're reading, if you're just now joining us, he will hold a press conference, and he will be explaining what is going on with his medical diagnosis. But it is day 6 of camp. The pads are going back on. That waiter/honey bear guy is there from the movie that we recently watched over the weekend.
Yep.
Excited to see day 2, because so far we got a bunch of hype on the guy that Jay Binkley was not happy about, and Joshua Simmons, who is ready to go and seems the injury is not an issue in the leg.
Yeah, and that's the greatest thing we could have had in training camp. I've never seen people are so excited about a left tackle position, but that's been what's been weighing us down for these last couple of years, right? I mean, this offensive line we saw in the Super Bowl just couldn't handle it anymore, and so they had to go out and fix that position. And when Josh Simmons was drafted, Jay Binkley was not a fan of the Josh Simmons pick. And he wasn't a fan because Josh Simmons is coming off this medical stuff. Fast forward to where we are right now, nobody's challenging Josh Simmons for the left tackle spot, and there are 3 guys competing at the right tackle spot today, right? And so that, to me, is most unbelievable thing ever. Not only is Simmons out there playing, but he looks, as of yesterday, locked in at that number 1 spot with no challengers whatsoever. Mm-hmm. And that has to be scary for the rest of the National Football League, that Andy Reid looked at this guy and went, yeah, he's our starting left tackle. He's ready to go. All y'all passed up on this guy in the first round. We took him, and he's ready to roll, and we're ready to go with our left tackle. In fact, we're so ready, we're going to have 3 people fight it out for the right tackle spot, and then all of a sudden you see Juwan Taylor off the physically unable to perform list when he was probably going to ease his way into camp. Now he realized, I better get out there. Jalen Moore's going to take my spot, and I'm going to be the swing tackle.
They announced Josh Simmons, offensive tackle from Ohio State.
I hate this pick, actually. Don't like it. Don't like it.
We even doubled down and asked Billy White doesn't like the pick.
The Chiefs brought him in for a top 30 visit. I get it. They looked at him. They obviously were happy with where he was. I will say this, 31 other NFL teams decided to pass on him. He almost got out of the first round. For a guy, like you said, that was left tackle 1 going into the season, there's a lot of people had some doubts. The patellar tendon is kind of a rare injury. That is not an injury that people have come back from right away. I mean, it takes a while, especially when you have surgery on it to that point. It is not a injury in the NFL that they're used to dealing with.
Sounds like he has changed his mind to,
hey, baby, how you doing?
He better get to the hey, baby, how you doing, because Simmons is the guy that is going to be the starter at the left tackle position. And again, that's what you want. You want these guys that are drafted to come in right away and produce, and it looks like they're going to be able to have that opportunity, with Simmons going out there, and Binkley's probably going to have to eat his words, but that's okay. It's all right to say, hey, man, I swung and missed on this one. He's still telling us he had Mahomes before anybody else, right?
Yeah, and I think the other thing that's crazy about this, that if Simmons is the truth, and again, we don't know if he is or not, we just know that he's played 1 day in pads, and he was with the ones.
Right.
And before that, when they were just in T-shirts and shorts, he was with the ones. Mm-hmm. It is St. Joe, where we know it is hell. And the first time they had pads, they did the whole longest drive thing. And that's what Mike Dana was talking about on this.
I mean, you just got to gut it out, man. There's no looking for subs. There's no, looking for ways out. You just got to realize that, this is the time to dig deep. This is the time to grow. Coach emphasized, growing in uncomfortable situations. That's all that long drive drill is. It's just uncomfortable. Your body's tired. Your body's exhausted. You want to see who's going to dig deep, who's going to keep going.
Yeah, get comfortable being uncomfortable. And if you can get comfortable being uncomfortable, I try to tell the kids that a lot too with stuff. Like, you got to be uncomfortable. It gets you through, to get back to being comfortable. And if you can get uncomfortable in July up at St. Joe and the first day of practice, Dusty, they're making these guys go through that drill. Like, that's going to be why you win the Super Bowl. They say it every year. When you get to the end of the year, they all talk about this time up in St. Joe and how it molds them and transforms them into a team and makes them stronger, not just from a physical side. This is where you make yourself mentally stronger, when you're out there and it's 110 degrees and it's humid and you got to go talk to Cody Tapp after this. Like, you're looking you're looking deep down and you're going, man, I got to go out there and I got to find a way to dig deeper mentally to get through these practices. And that's what they're doing right now. And then the game rolls around. It's like, this is easy. We did that in St. Joe when it was 150 degrees outside.
Imagine if he is there on the left side and provides that sort of perfection or protection.
Yeah, well, either way.
It's going to lead to more perfection from Patrick Mahomes.
Yep.
If you can give Patrick Mahomes 2 more seconds, that gives Xavier Worthy 2 more seconds. That gives Hollywood Brown 2 more seconds. That gives Rashee Rice when he gets back from suspension. That wasn't announced when I was gone, was it?
No.
That no games have been announced yet?
No. Everybody believes there's going to be a suspension. Nobody just knows how long.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And this sort of addition subtracts all of those people that say, well, right now it's Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and then Mahomes has kind of fallen off. If Mahomes has protection, because before he didn't have it, it was the interior.
Mm-hmm.
Brett Veach went out there and he got Trey Smith and he got Creed Humphrey and they signed Joe Thuney.
That's right.
When he didn't have outside protection, now he goes out and he gets Jalen Moore. He gets Joshua Simmons.
Right.
And then you've got, Juwan Taylor on the other side. Now you have options to protect your quarterback on the tackles, and you have options to protect him in the guard. You gave Trey Smith the contract, gave Creed Humphrey the contract. We'll see what they do at left guard. I don't think that's a huge option or a huge issue right now if you do have the truth that might be the left tackle and Joshua Simmons. Again, this is just what we're reporting on because of what we've heard so far in camp. Pads have been on for 1 day. They're on again today. They've been there for 6 days of camp. 7, they had an off day on Saturday. But again, this is where the hype starts, is in St. Joe and the brutal heat. You guys were all out there. You heard Mike Dana talking about it. If they don't think this guy's ready to go and that his injury is a thing of the past, he's not out there in that drive.
Right.
He's not out there doing that. And when you're out there doing that and you're Patrick Mahomes and you can see that this young kid can hack it and he can do it, that starts to get the wheels turning and gets him and Andy Reid start to, really develop those plays they can go back to. And again, I'm not going to say it as as a homer, but maybe I am. But if you do have that issue at left tackle fixed, you might have an MVP season of Patrick Mahomes engaged because of what he can have, the confidence, the trust, and the ability to move that ball downfield instead of throwing those little wheel routes and those 5-yard out passes. Now we might see, the mouse, Xavier Worthy, go out there and get wild. We might see, more protection and guys get better. We might see Travis Kelce be able to take a little longer with his age to run a route that's more crisp. But I love this hype that's coming out of left tackle because when we had Matt McMullen on 2 weeks ago, he's like, left tackle will be the biggest topic.
Yeah.
It'll be the biggest issue in camp to see what happens. And so far in 6 days, he's running with the ones and a full day of pads. He's with the ones. And when they're doing the long, killer, brutal drive in the St. Joe heat, the Missouri heat that we all felt yesterday or in Kansas, I mean, it was terrible. And he's out there. That is a huge, huge, huge sign.
Well, it's fantastic because it eliminates then all of the talking points this year, and it now really makes people refocus back on the Chiefs because there was a lot of negativity this offseason around the Chiefs, and everybody just kept talking about the offensive line. They got to get this offensive line fixed. And meanwhile, I'm sitting to myself going, what do you mean get the offensive line fixed? It was one position that they had to fix on the offensive line. It was left tackle. They drafted a guy and they signed a guy. I think they've done enough to kind of address the offensive line situation. Now we're seeing the fruits of the offseason labor get into work, and we're seeing, they didn't just fix the offensive line. They drafted a day one starter on day one, and he's ready to go on day one. And that's the best thing about it. Everybody was passing on Simmons. Everybody was talking about the injury. Oh, the injury is going to hold them back. It's probably going to have to be a redshirt year. Now, the Chiefs have gone out there and taken another player that most people gave up on because of injury. I'm talking about Trey Smith as well. Drafted that player, and it looks like that player is going to be a big impact and have a big impact into what they want to do, moving forward. And for Patrick Mahomes, the only thing that I think that Patrick Mahomes is going to have to worry about this year is getting his mind back to understanding that now he is going to have that time. Because for the last couple of years, he's always kind of been under pressure. He's always been in a rush. He hasn't had the time to kind of sit back there and let the play develop. He has to get back into that mindset now, which won't be hard at all. He's Patrick Mahomes, okay? So I'm not worried about that. But now what are all the folks going to say who lined up to, bury the Chiefs, to kick dirt on the grave, to say this team was done, that this dynasty is over? They all pointed to the offensive line. And day one of training camp in pads, it looks like they took the biggest problem and they fixed it, just like the Kansas City Chiefs have always done. So now, what are people going to look at and are going to tell me, and how are they going to explain to me that this is now not the best team in the NFL? What's going to be your take now? What's going to be your comeback now when you say, I don't think the Chiefs are good. I don't think the Chiefs are one of the better teams. Why? What can you point to now that says the Chiefs aren't going to be good? Because I hate to break it to you, their second-round pick, Omar McMullen or whatever that guy's name is.
Never heard of him.
He's a rookie. He's starting on the defensive line. You know how rare it is for a rookie to start from day one in the Steve Spagnuolo defense? That's as rare as anything you will ever see. And Omar Lott is out there participating as a starter on the defensive line. So not only did they maybe get a steal in Josh Simmons, they may have found another all-world starter in Omar Norman Lott as well.
Well, and you mentioned it being the biggest hole filled. This is not a hole that teams like the Chiefs are supposed to be able to fill. And the text line is flooded with comments about, hey, you said the same thing about Kingsley last year. Kingsley was a guy that everyone thought would go in the first day or two of the draft. If not for this injury, it has been widely reported that Simmons could have gone 4th overall, where Will Campbell was picked to the Patriots. Josh Simmons is universally the best tackle coming out of the into the draft this year. When you've gone to 5 Super Bowls and 7 consecutive AFC Championship games or whatever it is, when you've paid your quarterback, when you've paid your Hall of Fame pass rusher, you're not supposed to be able to acquire a left tackle of this stature. You don't draft high enough. You can get a good safety at 32 or a good wide receiver at 32. You don't get left tackles of Josh Simmons type at 32. And then also you're up against the cap as well. You kind of have to piece it together and figure it out, which you've seen the Chiefs do that for the last half decade. So I think it's different than Kingsley, and I think it's different than a lot of other, the way a dynasty is designed to be equipped in this day and age in the NFL. So I think it's going to be Brett Veach's, one of his most impressive moves when it's all said and done. And so I couldn't be more I guess, opposite of Binkley's analysis there from draft night.
And look, again, we have fun with Binkley, but comparing the Kingsley, I mean, come on, that was a 2nd-round pick or whatever Kingsley was, and his more natural position, obviously, as a guard, played that left guard spot in the last game last year and dominated against Denver starters last year and played really well. I think they're excited about his possibilities. At that left guard spot, he'll compete with Caliendo. He'll compete with Wanye Morris. There's a lot of competition now on that offensive line, which is going to make everybody better. But we're comparing a guy who legitimately was a top 5 pick to a guy who was picked in the 2nd round, who was never expected to be an all-world left tackle. But if you found one in the 2nd round, then kudos to you. You got your guy. But second-round picks are not first-round picks for a reason. We saw that last year with Kingsley. And Simmons may be that guy who comes in and makes us forget about everybody else that we've had for the last 5 years.
We'll get to the brioche of the weekend on the other side and wrap up a Monday show here on 96.5 The Fan. You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty with Nathan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
What the hell's wrong with your station?
On Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, we got these final couple of weeks of summer, and then you're going to be thinking about fall, and you're going to think to yourself, man, it's time to put down that extra grass seed. Don't worry about that this fall. Let the folks over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control take care of everything for you like they've done for us. They've taken our yard from a mess into something that we're actually proud of right now, and we couldn't figure it out ourselves. That's why we hired the college-educated professionals. They come out and take care of all the mowing, all the trimming, all of that kind of stuff that we don't have to worry about on the weekends. We can run down to the lake for the weekend and not have to worry about the yard at all because we know the folks over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control have taken care of everything. And they've been in business since 1985, offer full-service lawn care, irrigation, and pest control. And that's what I love most about Aspen Lawn and Pest Control is that now I'm able to sit outside with that mosquito dome over the house and enjoy our outdoor space because with the mosquito dome that Aspen Lawn and Pest Control puts down, we don't have to worry about the mosquitoes, the ticks, or the fleas getting all over ourselves and our dog. And right now, if you mention this ad, they're going to give you up to half off your first application. So don't wait. Call them today, or better yet, just visit them at aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com.
Why buy your next vehicle at New Century Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Paola? Simple. Honest guys that don't need to add big city overhead into the price. Search New Century Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram to see the complete inventory.
Do you know a coach who goes above and beyond? The Royals, the CU and the Major Leagues Foundation, and Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Kansas City are recognizing those impactful men and women. Nominate your high school coach at royals.com/coaches with character.
It is out of here. Man, if your stream isn't as strong as it used to be, or you're taking more breaks to the bathroom than the 7th inning stretch of a televised baseball game,
We'll be back after this.
it's time to get checked. An enlarged prostate or BPH could be the cause, and Kansas City Urology Care is here to help. Fast answers, trusted care. Don't wait. Come see Kansas City's largest, most experienced, and most advanced urology team. Visit kcuc.com today. At KCUC, you see the best in KC.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit. For just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all three if you want. They're just $1. So you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in the combo while supplies last.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Brioche of the weekend.
Big brioche guy.
Love that. Yeah, good take.
We'll get into the brioche of the weekend here in a little bit. Just a reminder, program your note. Royals at 5:30 tonight, starting with Josh Verner's On Deck show. Like you said, make sure you're listening. You get a chance to see the Washington Nationals come to town. Hopefully still playing some decent baseball for the Royals. You get to see James Wood, very popular name in the card industry, as well as the baseball world. So listen at 5:30, Vern's On Deck show, Royals at 6:40 here on 96.5 The Fan. A lot of heat today. For some reason, I'm going to be a stupid idiot. I'm going to go play golf at 4 o'clock.
Oh.
Yeah, dude.
Why?
Because I'm a moron. That's just what it is.
Oh, no, I want to cry.
Oh, yeah.
Seriously, I want to cry today for you. Why? Is this your friend who can never get out, and so you're going to play with him? Yeah, okay, that's being a good friend.
I was on vacation for a week, didn't play the week before. I'm kind of itching for golf. At least by the time we get to the second night, it'll be a little bit nicer.
Yeah.
And we're not teeing off till 4, so I'll take a cooler full of water, Gatorade, and cold towels.
Yeah.
I'm excited, though, man. I'm crazy, though. I'm just
Today's one of those days where you're like, water, Gatorade, and ice.
Oh,
and that's all you need. And
that's all we drink today is water and iced tea.
I mean, I've been through, this is my second one of these already on the day. 40 ounces of water or whatever it is I could use as a weapon if I needed to, which we talked about in New Orleans. I got one shot. If somebody came up to us that was creeping around, whack them with that water bottle, knock them out. But if I missed, oh my God, we were screwed. We got a word from our spy up at training camp. One of our sources up at training camp sent us a message that Justin Simmons just buried Creed Humphrey in one-on-one drills.
I mean,
Did Kingsley do that? Did Kingsley do that last year,
I don't.
Bob?
I don't remember, but this is like a legit spy that just texted us and is like, Josh Simmons just buried Creed Humphrey in one-on-one drills, and Dusty looked at me and goes, somebody was telling us over the weekend how strong they thought Creed Humphrey was. One of the new guys on the team is like
Gelati or Lott or somebody has just said he's just a man that's unmovable. Something like that.
And so if Josh Simmons is, and Creed Humphrey to Josh Simmons, two totally different body types. Left tackle, you're bigger, you're longer. As a center, you're a stocky, short dude, right? That should be able to get the pad leverage going low. And if Josh Simmons is a rookie, is getting the pad leverage lower than a guy who's playing that center position and burying him into the dirt, that's a great sign to have happening up at training camp.
Bob mentioned earlier that August is already here. It'll be August 1st on Friday. Don't forget, you can join 96.5 The Fan live at Hollywood Casino on Friday, August 8th. Cody and Gold plus The Drive will be broadcasting live from the Sportsbook inside Hollywood Casino. We'll be registering fans to win a signed Charles Omenihu football. I hope he signs it, Chuck. Plus a pair of tickets to see the Chiefs and Colts. Be sure to follow Hollywood Casino on Facebook, Instagram, and X to enter their giveaway on August 7th for a chance to win $100 pin cash on August 8th every hour from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget August 7th, a week from this Thursday. Feels like we just started promoting this. A week from this Thursday is my birthday. I kid. A week from this Thursday is Travis Kelce Day, 8-7 Day here on 96.5 The Fan. All things Travis Kelce, all interviews, all people that are around him. Should be a really fun time to celebrate that man, the waiter from Happy Gilmore,
Yeah, really good in Happy Gilmore, too. I thought it was just fun to see Travis in that. And it looked like he took it serious, too. Like it wasn't there as a joke or anything like that.
As one of the cameos, he was one of the better ones.
He was. He really was really, really good. Who did you think had the best cameo in it? Was it Haley Joe Osment when he was seeing dead people? Like, of all people to be the villain.
I could have sworn that was the guy from KC Sports Network.
Oh.
What? He looked just like Tucker. Either way, we'll get to the brioche of the weekend. Look him up and tell me I'm wrong. It's not an insult.
Brioche of the weekend.
Big brioche guy.
Love that. Yeah, good take.
All right, brioche of the weekend. I'll give you mine. God bless Ichiro Suzuki, because he was inducted into the Hall of Fame, the first ever Japanese baseball player to be inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame. There will be another one in 10 years. Or whenever Shohei Ohtani hangs it up, he'll be a first ballot, day one Hall of Famer. But this was Ichiro talking out and calling out somebody who's a Richard.
Baseball taught me what it means to be a professional, and I believe that is the main reason I am here today. Not because my skills are better than others. 3,000 hits or 262 hits in one season are achievements recognized by the writers. Well, all but one of you. And by the way, the offer for that writer to have dinner at my home has now expired.
It was so great. He was wonderful.
And then he gives some shade to the Marlins.
And to the Miami Marlins, I appreciate David Sampson and Mike Hill for coming today. Honestly, when you guys called to offer me a contract for 2015, I have never heard of your team.
So shout out to the Baseball Hall of Fame speeches. I did not think we were going to get some sort of humor from Ichiro, but boy, did we. That contract has expired.
He was great yesterday.
CC was good, I guess. I didn't see it.
Yep. I saw CC and him, and then I saw Dave Parker's son
That was
speak,
great.
which, oh, my God. I love the way that he did that. It was like his dad had kind of written the speech because he died a month ago, right? Like a month before he went into the Hall of Fame, man. So sad. Dave Parker, one of the greats, right? And so he kind of like read his dad's speech, then inserted his part, then read his dad's speech, and then kind of inserted his part, kind of like a response almost to what his dad was, saying in that speech. And I really did. I thought it was great yesterday. Really well done by the Baseball Hall of Fame. My brioche of the weekend goes to everybody we went down to the lake with this weekend. We all sat around and watched Happy Gilmore,
Even
too.
the monkey.
I saw a monkey on a boat. Unbelievable. With a life jacket on. The monkey was nasty, though. It was not a nice monkey. Haven't you always wanted a monkey?
Did anybody have to spank the monkey?
No, nobody did. No, but really not a nice monkey. And so had such a great weekend with my wife, Dusty, that I sold my Coldplay tickets for next week. And
so you're not on the Jumbotron?
Yeah, we had a great time.
Somebody from sales. That's not Chin. The hell's he doing with Sarah?
Yeah. So Coldplay tickets for next week, they've been sold. We had such a great weekend. So shout out Tammy and Chris for having us down as well to the lake. Hopefully we didn't do much damage down there.
No, you definitely did damage.
Yeah, to my liver maybe, but not to the house. I hope not.
Oh, I don't know how to follow that. Mine's I got to give it to Jonathan India,
okay.
and it's for. I'm not making a statement about hey he rectified all of his shortcomings so far this year, but to stand in there and take a couple of fastballs in the face on opening day or the first weekend against Clase there, it's got to feel so good to come up with a hit like that against him, even though a few months have passed. So I got to go Jonathan India with the 3-run walk-off home run against a guy who drilled him last time he was here in town.
Not only that, but like where we've seen this, sort of team get derailed by something that could happen where you had, Mize up to take a bunt and knock, Tolbert over or whatever it could have been. And then all of a sudden, you have Jonathan India come up and hit a 3-run home run to not let that kind of sort of thing derail that game. They win that game, lose the second one, but win the third, so they win 2 out of 3 against Cleveland. So, yeah, I was happy with India. I mean, and who knows? Maybe he gets hot at the right time.
And you know how I feel about India. I was really excited about them acquiring Jonathan India this offseason, and I still like the move. I still would do the move 10 times out of 10 again, Brady Singer, for Jonathan India. He just hasn't lived up to, I think, what everybody wanted him to be from a consistent basis. But, look, I still like the move. I still like the player. I still think he's good at the top of the lineup, and it's never easy when you're traded over and everybody's looking at you. All right, you're the guy. Set the table. Get on base. Let's go. Bobby's behind you. And so he's had a fine season. It could be a lot better, obviously, but I still think the trade works for the Kansas City Royals. And I'm glad anytime Jonathan India has success, I get excited about that because he's a guy that I root for.
Absolutely. And I'm with you, Dusty. I was in the car listening to that. So when Tolbert gets picked off, I'm yelling, I'm screaming. It's not a good situation. But then afterwards, I'm like, the only thing, this team's not stringing together a rally after that. They had a couple of guys walk, things were building, and then the pickoff happened. But I'm thinking a walk-off home run's not in the cards. That's not. And then, so I was just so pleasantly surprised by that as well.
Well, when they took that 3-2 lead in the 10th, too, you're probably thinking, okay, here they go. They're going to blow this one, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. She's, It was a good win. But, hey, we're back tomorrow, same time, 6 a.m. Nathan, Bob, myself, it's me here to remind you again, go do something nice for somebody today, tomorrow. Never know. It could change their day, their week, their month, their year. It's simply cool to care. Kansas City, stay safe, stay kind, stay groovy, stay cool and hydrated. Coming up next, it's Cody Gold and JT. Cody and Gold live from St. Joe. You listen to 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
What's up, Kansas City? This is Jonathan India here, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball, 96.5 The Fan.
This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, where we've successfully treated thousands of men for low testosterone and helped them feel like their old selves again. Please take a moment and listen to how we help this patient.
Hi, my name is John, and I've been on ED and testosterone treatment at Heartland Men's Health for the past 15 months. I could tell, I was starting to go downhill, and my wife kept telling me, well, you need to go to a clinic that'll specialize in that. And that's what eventually led me into the men's clinic here to treatment. In my opinion, is a miracle. I was able to perform to an elevated position that, quite honestly, I never thought I'd see again. For my fellow men out there, if you're feeling that you're not up to par, I encourage you, contact Heartland Men's Health, and you will see a dramatic difference.
Thank you. It's true. Your initial appointment includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
Back to school means back with friends. And Academy Sports and Outdoors has everything you need for the new year for less. Shop the latest styles from brands like Nike, Jordan, Wilson, Carhartt, and Birkenstock. Plus, check out our game-changing selection of backpacks. Save even more on the latest deals each week. Stop by your local store or shop academy.com. Academy Sports and Outdoors. Fun can't lose.
At Casey's, we're too nice to say no. So when someone asked for a free frozen drink, we said sure. Then they said every Friday all summer, and well, now we're giving away free medium frozen drinks every Friday. Free Frozen Fridays with Casey's Rewards. It's not crazy, it's Casey's. See store for details.
It's the summer sales event at Robside Ford. Your chance to upgrade without the stress. Robside joins me now. Rob, what's the offer?
0% financing, $0 down, and 0 payments for 90 days on nearly the entire Ford lineup.
That's a serious summer deal.
Sure is. And unlike your brisket last weekend, these deals aren't dry.
Okay, that's fair. These savings are definitely juicy.
And we're backing it up with 2 years of complimentary maintenance, a non-commissioned sales team, and top trade-in values.
No pressure, no gimmicks at Robside Ford. The way car buying should be.
We're Kansas City's top-rated Ford dealer.